Hey everybody, welcome to today's development stream. As you're probably aware, I'm Carson, one of the developers of Guilds of Gods, and today I'm going to be today I'm going to be talking about I'm going to talk about what I did yesterday, what I've been working on, because I got pretty excited about one of the things coming out soon. You may have seen the social media post about the time lapse, but I started working on Tutorial Island, and I'm just going to go into the things I worked on yesterday. After that, I'm going to talk about all the things we can work on today, and I'd like you guys to pick what you'd like for me to do on stream. So we'll get into that in a bit. So yesterday, hello, hey Lula Rooks, and hello Arrow Nick, and STV, hello. Yeah, welcome everybody. I'm glad you're here. So, yesterday I really wanted to get a handle on the tutorial. It's been a heavily discussed thing between the main developer Jagger and myself. So we have been talking about it for a while, and it's one of those things that we need a tutorial system, right? Like a proper fleshed out tutorial for new players. Sometimes things aren't as obvious as they could be. However, a lot of content that we will want the tutorial to focus around does not exist yet. So that kind of chicken and the egg thing has been an issue, and why our current tutorial is just a simple dialogue and you get items and kind of get some vague lore-y kind of talk that kind of hints that you should prepare to fight things in the dungeon, and that there's some kind of reason that you'd want to fight in the dungeon, which is, the obelisk minigame. So right now, as it stands, we need a tutorial, but we've been putting it off because we are waiting for guilds, we're waiting for the map to be finished, we're waiting for all these things that we feel are needed. Discovery is Lula Rook said discovery is fun, but yeah, that'll be good for retention for a lot of people. Yeah, exactly. It's fun to discover things on your own, but there's enough mechanics and just interactions that can be discovered on their own. You should be able to, some things should tell you that if you haven't played an RPG before, you're coming from like an incremental community, or if you're coming from a I don't know, like a non-online RPG, things can be different. You might not be familiar with the idea of equip a pickaxe, click on the rock to mine it. You know, it seems obvious to some people, to others it's not. And having a tutorial say do that at least points you in the right direction, that in the future you'll think, oh, so I can equip other tools and click on other things to do things, or use an item on another thing to do it. So something to tell you the mechanics so that you can discover is really important. Right now we're kind of falling short in that realm. So anyway, decided to split up the tutorial into 2 phases. One that is a pre-guild tutorial and one that is a post-guild tutorial. Guilds are not out yet, and we have other things that we are prioritizing first. So yeah, guilds aren't out yet. There's other things that we're planning on adding first. But that'll be a core part of the tutorial. You know, whether you ask the wizard or the knight or the archer to, you know, in the tutorial what you like to help with, or who you ask or who you offer help to, will start determining some early things, as well as in the end of that tutorial you will pick what guild you belong to and everything, and then you will wake up in that guild hall and we have quest lines planned for the guild specifically, but we don't have that implemented yet. So for now this is going to be a simple tutorial. Anyway, so I decided making a tutorial island. Gonna make one that kind of explains how to cook, fish, chop wood, use items, stuff like that, fight, yeah. And but to do that, I had some map editor stuff I wanted to work on, so I spent most of yesterday, a lot of yesterday, refactoring the map editor, just finding a better way to generate stuff. I guess for those of you who aren't aware, because I guess I'm just kind of talking here, I'm just going to open our map tool. So we have this map editor, and the idea is that I can go into one of the layers and I can draw, and it looks like MS Paint. It's like very simple, and then I can press a button and compile a map. So there was some flaws in that editor and things that are holding us back, because we're coding the rules to generate the map as we go, so the map will get better and better as we make a better and better generator. But anyway, that was a bit of a struggle. So yesterday I spent 5 hours refactoring the map editor, and I believe this new version should not have any of the wall bugs. It should have fixed a lot of that, because after the last update, a lot of walls, or after the last time I touched the map editor, there were some walls that were buggy. So after I fixed up the map editor and learned a new tool to add to our arsenal, I went and attacked the tutorial island, and that's what I spent most of yesterday on. So Deliverance asks, any plan to add camps to the tutorial somehow? That is a toughie. That is an iffy one. I believe the next tutorial, the final bigger one, we are going to have camps in there. The problem right now, it's kind of hard, because like, the problem right now is that to use camps, you pretty much need to be level 10 in another skill. So you need level 10 mining to make, you know, the first mining camp. You need level 10 woodcutting to make the first woodcutting camp. So it would be teaching people a mechanic that they currently can't use, and might be front-loading information too much. I think the alternative is that we either need to wait till we have a level 1 way to camp, like a simplified camp, and then bring that into the tutorial and teach you, or have a quest line that is unlocked once one of your eligible skills reaches level 10 and you can camp, as if maybe like an NPC comes and talks to you and says, like, oh, I've seen you, but you've been woodcutting a lot. Here's like, can you like, let's build a camp together. I don't know, some quest line might be able to be a way to teach you that, but it is kind of front loading information to players that is very important, but they can't use yet. So STV asks, or says, the Emperor talks about camps already, doesn't he? He might have been removed, but yeah, camps should be a separate later introduction. Man, you don't look very crunk. You aren't missing any letters or words. I'm not crunk. I'm assuming that... Oh, sorry, that's 2 different people. Okay, now I see. So let's answer STV first. Yeah, it should be a later introduction. And yes, the Emperor does currently talk... Actually, I don't know if he does anymore. He used to talk about it when he used to get a construction permit from him to do building, or the building of camps. But that was like 6-7 months ago. I think we changed that, so I don't believe he still teaches you. I'm not actually aware. I should probably know that. Yeah, Lularoo says, man, you don't look very crunk. You aren't missing any letters or words. But yeah, the camps are a big part of what makes this RuneScape like. False advertising. Oh wait, sorry, that was someone who's talking to you. Yeah, sorry, yeah. I didn't say I was going to be crunk. I told some people earlier in the Guilds of Gods live chat, I told them to come check out the stream at a certain time. And one guy, it was 3 hours from that point on is when the stream was starting, and the guy said he was going to be crunk by then. And I told him that's the best way to participate. So... Aeronick says the quest line would be better, I think. Yeah, I do agree. Having a quest line teach you things, I think would be better, because then you're only being taught it once you are able to use it. When you front load too much information, it kind of confuses people. But I think it would be good for them to know, because the camps is the start of our idle mechanics, and it's this beginning of the idle mechanics, and I don't know, it would be good to know that the game kind of transitions from a traditional RPG to a bit of like an idle RPG as time goes on. Might be nice to know that early on, but we'll come up with a better way to do it. So Aeronick says, once you reach level 10 in a campable skill, then he quotes, I've gotten more skilled in skill, I should talk to NPC. Yeah, that's true. We could have just dedicated NPCs. I will get to that now that I say that. But we should have dedicated NPCs that can teach you these things, whether it's, Ozaik, the starter guy, telling you to talk to these people, or whether there's a quest that tells you to talk to them, or a notification, I don't know. But yeah, having NPCs in the woodcutting guild and the mining guild, etc., teach you how to build your camp might be a good way to do that. I like that. Alright, anyway, so for those of you who haven't seen, I guess I'll just go over the time lapse so you can see how we got to the island that you see right here. So I posted it in the Guilds of Gods subreddit, so let's just go from the start and check it out together. Guess I can't full screen this, can I? Because the stream cuts it off. No. Alright, well, you're gonna have to watch it like this. So basically, that's showing how I generate them, or I build the map in like an MS Paint style thing, and then all of a sudden I press a button and it kind of compiles into a rounded corners, nicer version. This laying out the dirt here and the sand around the water is using a new tool I've been able to figure out in Tiled called terrains. We used it in the past, but terrains aren't compatible with rule sets. So if you have a terrain, we can't use the rules to generate the walls. Because right now, if we pause it and go earlier, you'll see that there are these black walls around the cliffs. That's because the generator script knows that those are things you shouldn't be able to walk through. So it creates the walls around it. So sadly, this cool thing we did for the dirt and the sand, I can only use for details that aren't collidable at this time. I'm sure I'll figure it out, but currently that's where we're at. Sorry, one moment. Okay. What combat level do you start at? That'll be 10 real quick, I imagine. Couple free logs and a chest plate would be an easy introduction to camp. I'm trying to remember the equation right now for the starting level. I should know that too. For some reason I want to say it's 5 you start at, but I think I'm wrong. Or 3. Or is it even 1? It's like whatever. Anyway, you don't camp combat early on. I guess I should add that. That's kind of a key thing to add. Combat is campable. You do build that, but the more common way people idle combat is by getting to the point where they can sit around an aggressive NPC. Like if you actually have Guilds of Gods up in this tab. So if you go over to this guy is just sitting here AFK in an area with goblins, so he can idle that way. So having something like that might be a good way to add, like a weaker enemies that are aggressive might be a good way to add idle combat early on. But yeah, and then as they said, there is proper camps that you can fight. You can build training dummy camps. That is just, okay, so a couple of free logs and a chest plate would be an easy introduction to camp. This is just the easiest camp to get started. I certainly went with logs for my first idling. Yeah, I agree with that. It is pretty easy to build that, to build that first camp. I guess you even start with a chest plate when you talk to Ozyke. So cut 5 logs, use a saw on those logs with the chest plate in your inventory, and you can instantly have a camp. So in that sense, maybe melee is the best one to do it. I personally, I don't know why, I'm always a mining guy, so I really like to make mining camps. I have no clue why, but that's always been what I find fun. Deliverance says, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for sure. Remove the 10 combat requirement for the bronze dummy and you could show off a camp straight away. Yeah, that's true. It really wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if you could just have a simple one you can attack. Alternatively, if we wanted to not hurt the bronze being level 10 concept, maybe we could even just make a pure wooden dummy. You know, like at level 1, you take 5 logs, or like more than that, like you take like 6 logs, and it becomes like a dummy with the log and no chest plate on it, and it's just a log that you beat that's pretty weak. That'd be a good way to do a level 1 without changing anything. Talk to Jagger about that. I actually like that one. I like the changing the bronze too, but I have a feeling that the problem with changing the bronze dummy is we've been kind of consistent where you use a bronze axe at level 10, bronze pickaxe at level 10, you know, in all the recipes. So changing combat to being 10 lower might, I don't know, it just wouldn't be as consistent. For some reason, I feel like that would be an issue, but maybe not. Do you have any plans for smelting type camps? I want to say yes. I believe I've heard Jagger talk about that, but that was a while ago, and that was a kind of like a what if thing. I think I think he does want some skills not to be fully idle, but at the same time we've also talked about making this game 100% idle, in that you just kind of almost like program a logic loop of what people do so that you can just have adventurers do their own thing. That was a long time ago, I should add. That's not like a recent discussion. That was like a year and a half ago. So I'm sure he's open to the idea of making every skill campable. I'll have to talk to him more about that. Oh yeah, copper. And yes, sorry, Lulu. Copper. I meant copper. It's copper. Yeah, so I guess we can get on with... Oh yeah, I showed you guys the GIF. So yeah, I guess we can get on to what we are working on today. So on the right of the stream, you'll see the scrum board from last time. All of the notes from the last stream have been moved over to the right so that they're out of the way, but we can kind of go back and just look at what we did get done on stream. And I've added some new items for what we can do today. So does anyone have any? I'll go through them all, but we can kind of decide as a group what we would like to work on right now, because they're all going to get done eventually. So yeah, Deliverance says ducks or kobolds. Woo. Yeah, those are the fun NPCs. So pretty much the 5 options. I guess there's more options, but the 5 starting options is when we over the Christmas stream, we expanded the map from 200 by 200 to 400 by 400, but we only expanded the overworld. The underworld, the dungeons and stuff are just blank right now. They're not used. The problem, and we could expand it and start using that. And there is a few things in the underworld in that area that we have planned out, but the problem is not all of it has been planned out. So it's one of those things that I could start it, and we can definitely start it. And if we get to the point where, you know, we're gonna need Jagger's opinion on some stuff, we can shelve it and switch to another task. But yeah, the underworld, I don't know, Jagger has talked about other mini games, you know, he's talked about other things, and I don't know, he might have an idea of which guild he feels that they should be closest to and under, so I don't really want to overrule that. It's pretty much just the mining guild I've kind of mapped out where I want the ladders to kind of take you, so if we were to do underworld, that area is the one that we would do. Outside of just random little caves and leaving some big areas open for content he would want to add. Lulu says there's already quite a bit of emptiness on the map. I wouldn't focus more area before populating the current map area more. I do agree with that, and I understand that. So the next thing we can talk about is this next task: polish the overworld. Basically, as you just said, after we expanded the map, there's a lot of emptiness. There is some changes that I have made that are not live yet to the map. So the woodcutting guild has more paths. I guess I can go over that actually while we're all here. All right. So if we go to the main map, yeah, so it's not a ton. It really isn't a ton. I didn't want to, that's why I haven't brought it up yet. But the woodcutting guild was way too hard to get to. Like if you were in the fishing guild and you wanted to get in the woodcutting guild, sorry, I'm scrolling in and out, and now it's taking a second. Okay, so if you're in the fishing guild, up at the top right here, or top left, and you're trying to get to the woodcutting guild, before you had to go over the bridge, go south through absolutely nothing, go over this path, and then go like northeast. And it was a long walk. So I connected the beaches, and this isn't finished, but I connected the beaches and made a path from the woodcutting guild to the beaches, so that there is a more direct way to get there instead of that single point. I also added a hut over here, a little hut and some fishing pools, so that they're not deep pools, so it's not for fishing this area, but there is some shallow pools. So if you were in the fishing guild and or the woodcutting guild and you wanted to get fish, you'll be able to get that, as well as just over here added a little place that you can do some simple mining. So if you're here and you're just like, oh, I'm short on coal or something, there is a place to go do that. And I do really like these trees over here. I kind of like this area quite a bit. But other than that, as you can see, this is still a lot of emptiness. We want this to be populated with mythical creatures. The deep forest biome is supposed to be for where the imps are, where the unicorns are, you know, like we haven't talked about unicorns, but those kind of things, right? The mythical creatures that we haven't created yet would go in this biome. So that is that's why I haven't put goblins in there, and we're trying to make it different creatures. So making this better, plus this general area here that's really blank, adding some meaningful stuff over here, is an overworld polish that we can work on. The other thing we can totally work on if we did overworld polishing is these old dirt paths were made with the old compiling. So it was like you take this tool, you go to the dirt layer, we draw this, we go back to the overworld, we press a button. Sadly, it takes longer than it should to build this, so now it's frozen while we wait. And it'll pop up in a second. It's going to be beautiful. Look at this. Oh, yeah. Wow. Love it. Wish I could click terrains. But the old dirt was made this way. So it was either done with this generating, which is what I need to do when I'm making like the risen terrain, like these the stone risen over here, or the water. This tool generation has been really cool. You know, you draw land, it all of a sudden adds this rounded sand, it adds the walls. Awesome. But for visual things like dirt, this is a lot of waiting for nothing but aesthetic. It's taking so long I can't even like get to my next point because I can't even click it yet. Here we go. So that is how we used to do it, as well as any path that was unique, like these little dirt lines that chickens would do. This generation was done using these tiles. Oh, I guess you can't see, sorry. The screen is over too much. or cutting off too much. There we go. So this dirt that the chickens are on, or this little dirt here, was done with these tiles here. But the generator, these tiles aren't compatible with what we have. It's kind of sucks that these dirt don't really align with these. They click nicely, like this on a different layer would click with that and it looks like it matches. They're the same size, but from like a can we build it point of view, they don't really build well together. So this had to be hand done, which is why we don't have enough of that detail dirt, is because it's a lot of work. I think the best example of it is Ozike up here, where we kind of used it to make this more unique path. Other than that, we had to generate it. This new tool though, this has always existed, but it was incompatible with rule sets. Like the two couldn't exist, so it was one or the other, and I picked rule sets. But now I've got this thing working as well, so we can easily just draw dirt paths and live renders. We can't do this for anything with walls, but for something like pathing, this is way easier. So we can pretty easily with this tool go over different dirt and kind of add more detail to the world and make it look overall better. So if we were to go to do the overworld, my point is that's the kind of stuff we'd be doing. Woodcutting Guild, the East of the Fishing Guild emptiness, and probably updating a lot of dirt and making some sandy stuff over here, you know, whatever, stuff like that. The other, I guess I'll read the chat before I go over to the next two things. A good redesign is much needed, says Arrow Nick. Deliverance says, still not putting at least 2 resource nodes together to make them worth camping. If we do the overworld, you can totally tell me where you'd like those. It's one of those things where I am afraid to make an area too strong because we haven't added all the content. I'm a little shy about it. So I've been trying to avoid making things overpowered. But like I've been waiting for Jagger to basically tell me where he feels we should buff and nerf it. But if you guys have some recommended things, I'm totally down to take your input. We can just put it in. I'll stop being a coward about it and we'll make it work. Nick says that's super handy. It is super handy. Honestly, like it was a little ridiculous because getting this all set up, when I refactored the map generator yesterday, fixed the walls and got this terrain tool working, that was 5 hours of being a little stressed. Like I called my friends to ask to do some rubber duck debugging and just bounce ideas off them because I'm like, this isn't working. Like something is going wrong here. It took 5 hours to do that. But then once I had the tool, like once I had that drawing tool and everything was going smooth, Tutorial Island, what we have so far, this thing, was including making Patreon Palace go out to the Tutorial Island so our patrons will be able to, you know, scope out the newbies. Small tip. But this whole tutorial area took 48 minutes in that time lapse. There was a comment saying like, wow, impressive, you condensed hours of work into, you know, under a minute. And I just kind of went with it because I was like, oh yeah, it's great. But it was actually a 48 minutes of footage to make what used to take me a lot more. Like this dirt would have taken so long doing tile by tile, but being able to be like, oh, actually, let's just, oh, that's the wrong layer. I have to do it to detail dirt. Just being able to be like, oh, actually, I kind of want this to go over here and blah, 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 is very useful. It sped it up a lot. Same with making all these sand islands. It's kind of why I went crazy with the sand, was I was like, this is so easy. You can see though, when I put on walls and I show you the walls, you can see where I generated and didn't. Like up here is generated because I needed walls for people to walk on. But these islands currently don't have walls because it's kind of, you know, they're purely aesthetic. So this is a good fix visually. However, once we add stuff like sailing, I am going to have to come up with a way to programmatically add walls around those, but that's not an issue for today. You can't get on water. It's okay. Okay, so where was I? Oh yeah, so the things we can do. There was the underworld, there was the overworld. I can finish the tutorial or continue working on it. The map, it's looking all right. I'm happy with it. There's obviously things we can change, but I am happy with it. And Yeah, but I was thinking that this tutorial we're gonna, I don't know, there's stuff that needs to happen, right? We need to make it so that there's different dialogues. I need to make, for my plan for it, we're gonna have to make a unique item, a unique type of rat that drops that item when you kill it to give to the quest guy. You know, there's a little stuff like that. So working on the tutorial would mean making a couple new NPCs, making new dialogues. Yeah, basically that. Actually, it's not too much. I'd have to do that, and then in the future, Jagger and I would wire it up so that that's where you start and that's the first thing you do, and it's save state. So if you log out and log back in, it remembers where you are. But I can do like 90% of this work and get it pretty much done on our own if we wanted. So tutorial is the other thing. And then the last two things are making the duck NPC, which was promised during the Christmas stream, and the blue kobold. Kobold? Is it kobold or kobold? I wrote kobold. I feel like it's... Anyway, making that NPC. So essentially, for those who are not part of our Discord, let me bring up what was worked on. We have these kobolds. Donald worked on... Let's bring it over. Donald, one of our players, worked on this kobold. I always get it wrong, but they're like a dragon-y species. They're related to dragons. They're a D&D species, I believe, originally. Or maybe I'm wrong about where they came from. I shouldn't talk about something I don't know. But anyway, they're a very common species. I've seen them in other MMOs and RPGs before. And he has some cool things he did with them. Where did he put them? He had them dancing and everything. Was it just up in general? Yeah. He had this idea of making them dance a lot and making the boss versions of them, multiple of them stacked and dancing. And I kind of like it. The boss is going to take some issues, it's going to be a challenge, but making the simple version, favorited. Making the simple version of this is really not hard, just like a single one that can be an NPC. And then once that's in the game and I have the assets already kind of, wired up so we can use them, then I can make the boss version and give that a try. I can't promise we could do that today if we tried because I have a few hesitations, but we can give it a go and just see where we run into problems. Okay, so those are our options. Let's see what people said. Lou LaRue said, go ducks, little dog goblins, whatever they are. I imagine archers as well. That's a usual thing. Oh, lizards, okay. Yeah, so I think, I don't know where he ended on that. I'm assuming he's still on ducks. I think that's a vote for ducks. Aaron says, I'm in favor of getting the tutorial worked on. We have a lot of new people joining and asking what to do. From importance, I do think that is the most important, because explaining to new players what to do would be a lot easier on our player base, because we have a few core players, especially in the Discord, who answer the same questions quite a bit. That's why we gave the Discord a facelift and got this cool bot to kind of help out, because there's a lot of the same questions. So having a tutorial that can kind of help with that would be very useful, and I think it would really help with player retention. I'm sure that there are lots of people who make an account, get confused, maybe type in the chat, there's no answer right away, and then just kind of leave. So I think tutorial is the more important thing. Deliverance says, tutorial is boring, bring on the ducks. Yeah, the kind of crappy thing is that I worked on the visual part of the tutorial today, which I think is the fun thing to watch. Making the ducks and NPCs might be cool because you get to see how we make a simple NPC. It shouldn't take too long to make the ducks. So you get to see how we make a simple NPC and everything and wire it into the game. And then we'd probably have time to work on another task. But that is that is a vote. That was in reference... so about the whole little dog goblin thing, that was in reference to kobolds. I've seen them as dog creatures a lot. We need some tutorial, need more players so we can get some economy going. All right, I agree. So it looks like we have 2 votes for tutorial and 1 vote duck. I'm sorry, Deliverance. It sounds like we're doing tutorial unless someone starts chiming in right now. All right. So for the tutorial, all right, let's start with the tutorial. So we are moving that on the Scrum board. Just gonna move the little notes around here, get reorganized. So we're gonna start with the tutorial. And what the tutorial means is a few things. The first thing we're gonna need to make for the tutorial, so we're gonna add a new sticky note here, is a key item. I guess I should pitch to you guys what the simple tutorial is so that you guys can give feedback, but some sort of key item / item drop that the thing that you kill for combat will drop, which I believe right now is going to be rats dropping a key. After that, we're going to need, I'm going to be inconsistent with colors and it's going to upset me, but after we make that, we're going to need to make the rats / NPC that drops the item and add that into that little area. And then after that, we're going to need to do Ozike's dialogue. So the dialogue that you would have with the man when you are talking to him, right? The way we do dialogues is we haven't really had a fully in-depth dialogue yet, but the system should be in place. So that area, I'm hoping, goes very smoothly. I do fear I'm going to have to ask Jagger how he changed the actions, but because I don't have like a nice complicated example I can look at, but I think it should be straightforward enough. You guys can see some debugging if needed. All right, Lou says, rats, sure, classic. Notice that dude has an Oz sword fancier than he seems. Yeah, okay, where was it? This guy? Oh yeah, he's a starter guy, but he's a veteran, you know, he's been here since the start. What is he? He's level 133. He's pretty good. Yeah, that should be the same NPC, I believe. That's the same. I just grabbed him from the old location, so it's the same guy. All right, so yeah, sounds like we're doing that. So right now, my pitch for the plot, and just remember, we are totally giving the tutorial a facelift once guilds and stuff come. So this is not the permanent tutorial. This is the tutorial that's good enough for the time being, just to try to help new players and get it out there while we get ready for bigger releases. So the idea that I have so far is that you spawn on this island and you start probably over here. So you have this nice pretty scenic thing when you first spawn. You see some fishing pools, you see a tree, you see some dirt paths, and the logical thing is kind of to follow the dirt paths. And as you get over here, you meet a injured Ozike. So when you talk to him, he is injured. He got hurt fighting off the rats. I know it's ironic. He's very strong. Maybe we'll use a different NPC. He's a placeholder. But anyway, Ozike, or the tutorial NPC, is injured because he was fighting with the rats who stole his key, and he asks you if you can get him some food. He gives you a fishing net, and you'll have the arrow explain to you to go to a fishing pool and fish. Once you have some fish, you'll go and give him the fish, at which point he'll make some sarcastic comment about how you can't expect him to eat raw fish, and he will give you a tinderbox and an axe and tell you to chop down a tree and then light the wood on fire. Once you do that, he'll tell you to cook the shrimp on the fire. And once you give him a proper shrimp, he's now healed and he's able to, you can progress the quest more. So that teaches us pretty much how to talk to NPCs. Yeah, teaches us how to talk to NPCs, how to go fishing, how to woodcut and chop wood, how to light a fire or fire making, and then how to do some cooking. So that kind of is very simple and covers off a lot of the basics that people who aren't familiar with other RPGs might not be familiar with. Afterwards, he'll explain to you, like you'll ask him, how do we get off this island? And he would explain to you that he has some teleports to Fiwan. Is that how you pronounce it? Fiwan? I think it's Fiwan. But he has some teleports to Fiwan, and but they're locked in a safe, and the rats, he was fighting the rats for the key. So he gives you a simple sword, and he tells you to kill the rats and help him get his key. You'll fight these rats that are weaker than normal, so you don't actually ever die, because we don't really want people to die on Tutorial Island. And they'll drop the key. If you talk to him when you have the key, he'll be able to unlock his safe, and he will give you a F1 teleport. And you use that to then teleport to the main city that starts the game. At which point you're in the main city, but you still have that arrow that currently exists and currently takes you to the same NPC. That's where you run into him in the real game, and he will explain to you that you can ask him anything, and he will kind of act as like a frequently asked questions bot. You can ask him, tell me about mining, and he'll tell you like, oh, you use a pickaxe and you use it on ore. If you want more information, here's the NPC you should talk to in the mining guild. So he will give you a simple explanation of what you do if you say, tell me about, and then he'll redirect you to the NPC that would have more complicated dialogue. The more complicated NPCs would each exist in their towns or their areas. And this is now not part of the tutorial, but you can optionally do it, right? So it's like you finish the short tutorial for people who don't really want to do a full in-depth one, but now you talk to him and you know that you can ask him and he will bring you, direct you to all the other NPCs. And the other NPCs will tell you more complicated things. Like he'll just tell you pickaxe and take your bronze pickaxe, use it on copper ore, and you mine. The more complicated NPC, you could say, what are the types of ores? And he'll tell you them all. You could say, how do I build a camp? And he'd tell you how to build a mining camp. Stuff like that, right? So that's my current thought. So what do you guys think about that? Can we get an out for this? If someone is an old school RuneScape vet, they might want to just get into the world. Skipping the tutorial is an iffy thing to me. I want it. I see why we want it. But yeah, I see why we would want a way to get out of it if you've already done RuneScape. But I think this way of branching the tutorial is kind of fixes that without letting people skip, because in total, talking to Ozyke, fishing, chopping a tree, like all that, you should be able to do the tutorial like lickety split. It's very simple. The time consuming thing would be the thing you don't have to do. Like you don't have to ask Ozyke and have him redirect you to the mining guild. You just have to know that you went and talked to him, and you just know he's there for information. At that point, the tutorial ends. So I think the tutorial would be quick enough. It wouldn't be the end of the world. But maybe it is. Maybe it's like, maybe there should be some way you can ask him like, hey, I'm a veteran player. And he's like, oh, you're a veteran player? Here's a teleport that I forgot I had in my back pocket. I don't know. But maybe we need some way to bypass it. But for the time being, I'm assuming we're not. And I'm just trying to simplify the mandatory part of the tutorial and then make the optional part have all the details. Arrow Nick says it sounds pretty inclusive. Lularoo says if I started playing on patronizing Rawls, like what? If I started playing, oh, okay, sorry, I'm struggling reading that for some reason, but yeah, he's saying it doesn't sound too cumbersome. Yeah, maybe if you finish it, you get some minor loot. I get it. It makes sense. Yeah, I don't think it'll be too cumbersome. I don't want to make it too cumbersome. I want to make it easy. But yeah, and about getting minor loot, that does make sense. I do think you should be able to get minor loot. I'm assuming that Ozyke wouldn't just give you a plate body, like a whole bronze armor set or copper armor set like he currently does. I'm assuming that where we'd go with this is that during this journey he would help you. No, maybe it's the exact same. Maybe it's still when you talk to him he's like, oh, by the way, here's all your loot for completing the tutorial. But yeah, anyway, yeah, that's just food for thought. On creating Arrow Nick says on creating an account, maybe you just have a tickable box that you check if you want to skip the tutorial or not. See, I do like that for genuine veteran players. The problem is if you let people skip the tutorial, everyone skips the tutorial. People, even if they'll think, oh, I'll figure it out, and then they get frustrated. It's a very common trend in games, and I don't know, it's their fault if they do it. It's like, you skip the tutorial, your fault, you can't blame people, but some people would just skip it because they think it'll be this 30-minute thing that drones on. They think, oh, I don't want to have to run around this huge island, like, screw that. But maybe we do have a way to do that. I don't know. We'll chat with Jagger and get his opinion on that, but I don't think there's really a wrong answer here. I think it just comes down to how much do we want to just trust that if people click that they don't want, they want to skip the tutorial, they skip the tutorial. I don't know. Well, are they going to be right about it, or are they just going to skip it and then complain? I don't really have an answer. Just one character, though, yeah. Optional run through for second, third. Yeah, so the idea is that this would just be your first adventure. All your other ones would just appear in the town, no tutorial. It'll be a one-time thing. It's not a reoccurring thing. Optional run through the second. Either you've got your crap set up in the bank and want to get going, or you want to get those low-level tools. Yeah, I don't think we'd even give the option for the other adventures. I think by the time that you're like have more than one adventure, you don't really want a second bronze like plate legs. You might, like, yeah, I guess you probably do. I remember I kind of did because I didn't stock up on them, but I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal. People will complain either way. Do what is best for the majority. That's very true. Don't want to listen to a vocal minority. Yeah. I think what is best for the majority, I think it would be you can't skip the tutorial, but we design the tutorial to be super quick and sweet. And I don't know, that I hate to say that, but I think that's kind of what we're going to have to do. Cursed Metal says, what language/infrastructure are you using for your game? So the game is entirely written in JavaScript for both the client and the server in Node.js. So yeah, the client and server are both a Node.js project. I don't really know what else to... Like, obviously there's a lot to say about that, but Jagger's the one who kind of has the spiel down. He wrote the game engine from scratch. I guess that's what I should say. The game engine was written entirely from scratch. Originally, Jagger even wrote all the rendering code from scratch. It was WebGL where he was writing the shaders for rendering. Like, everything was from scratch in Node.js. Then later on, we got rid of after I came on the team, we got rid of we sliced off his rendering engine and replaced it with Pixie.js as our rendering library, so that we can have proper sprites. They can handle pooling and we don't have to. They can do the rendering. We added adding like text was a pain when you do your own like WebGL stuff, but when you use a library, adding a text is like the simplest thing in the world. Or adding a label or whatever. So right now, as it stands, it is a custom game engine that uses Pixie.js for rendering, written in Node.js for both the client and the server, full JavaScript. I don't know if I should talk about the database and authentication world, but it wouldn't be hard for you to find out, so I guess it doesn't matter. We use Firebase for managing all of our accounts and authentication and everything, and synchronizing the various servers. So that's pretty much our tech stack right now. I can't think of anything else that's really worth bringing up about it, unless you have any questions in particular. All right, that's good. Just a one shot is good. Okay, yeah. We don't want to make people redo the tutorial over and over again. Okay, so if nobody has any complaints about my overdone tiny rat idea. Ooh, we need to make one that you can actually click on. That's pretty tiny. Ooh. let's get to making it. So the very first thing we're going to want to make is a key item. I feel like we want to get all the pieces in play. So the first thing we'll make is a key item for it'll be called something like Ozykes key, I guess. And we are going to then make the rat NPC that drops it. So let's get on that. All right, so let's stop running it. Oh, so sorry. Kurz Metal says, thanks for the info. I think it's enough. We don't want to bore non-dev guys around here. Yeah, true. If you ever want to talk about that kind of stuff, in the Discord, there is a game development channel, and there is other channels. Jagger and I are both on there. So if you have any more questions, or more questions for him in particular, because he's the one who wrote the game engine, I recommend going to our Discord. Let us know if you're not in that and want a link. Okay, so the way, I guess I'm teaching you guys how we make items in this game. Okay, so the way we make items is each item is a JSON object there's a simple object in JavaScript that sits in an array of items. So I'm on the server code right now, and some of these that are very specific are kind of hard-coded objects. Ones that have a lot of repetition use methods that are functions to, just pass parameters in and build them, so that stuff like colored shirts is not hand done every single time. So if we go to the bottom, we can add some new items. So the latest item that has, so just so you know, the latest item that we have is the alpha and pre-alpha shirts. They have not been given out yet, but pre-alpha shirts were added. We can technically build them with dev commands, but there isn't a way in-game to do them yet. And that is to disperse to all the people who played the game before we went to alpha. So what we call the pre-alpha and alpha stage whenever the account reset happened. So if you played the game before the account reset, you will be getting a pre-alpha shirt at some point, so you have a cosmetic to show off you're a veteran. And then the alpha shirts are going to be for everybody who currently is playing the game. So once guilds come out and the new tutorial, that patch is going to be our beta patch, and that'll be like the last kind of, that plus the map, or the bigger map expansion will be the last content update. So when that happens, we'll be giving out the alpha shirts, and then we'll be making beta shirts for anyone who plays during the beta. I've got a tome for those, not getting a shirt though, haha. Yeah, Lulu, I'll explain. I'm really ashamed of it. I was talking to Jagger yesterday about this because we need to fix the whole tome shirt thing. Tomes basically reroll a random item, right? Like they basically go through this list and go and say, if the item isn't a note, because there's a lot of notes, we don't want you to get noted shirts, but if the item isn't a note, that is a valid item for the tome to pick up. And that has led to a couple bugs, I guess, not bugs, but just unintended features. For one, Death Scythe is now a thing that tomes can collect. Like you can reroll and get that a tome that collects Death Scythes. Death Scythe is not supposed to be an item that you can use. When you see Death, when you first die, or in the future, like when you talk to Death, he has that scythe, and it is supposed to be just for him. We did make it wearable, and it does have very weak stats in case people accidentally spawned it or something, but the fact that the tome can roll it is not intended. And the same thing with all of these stupid shirts. There's just, all it is that there is so many items called shirt that you might get this shirt rerolled, and then this shirt, right? Like shirt ID 337 might be what your tome is talking about, and then shirt ID 339 might be dropped by an NPC, and the tome won't collect it because they're both called shirts. But they're a different color, different style, different item. Doesn't count. That's kind of problematic. That's a little bit annoying because there are a lot of shirts. We have something like 6 or 7 styles and 9 different colors. So they kind of make up a lot of them. When you think about the fact that there's about 350 rollable items and 50 of them are shirts, it's too high of a chance to roll something that is absolute garbage. So we got to fix that. I talked about a fix with Jagger on how we should do that and kind of make items group themselves so that the shirts could be under a group called shirt, and when the tome reroll, or the tome would randomly pick either a group or an item, and if it got an item and that item belonged to a group, it would kind of go like, oh, you're a shirt. I don't know what shirt you are, but you're a shirt. There is a couple issues, because then we're storing a lot more data because each shirt is different, whereas right now it just stores this item. We have this many of them, so it's very little data. But anyway, that's the current problem for that, and we will get that fixed because re-rolling shirts is annoying. I've rolled a lot and see how that works. Each color shirt, many items not in the game, standard flags. Yeah, that's an issue. Like, getting standards as a rollable thing. Honestly, if a thing doesn't exist in a single drop table in the game, it should not be a thing the tome can roll. Just straight up. Ton says, ooh, a stream. Welcome, Ton. Oh, sorry, I skipped some people. So Deliverance says, so you're saying to get the best way, the best way to get the scythe is to kill death. It's not bad. 280 of the other items are no good for tomes anyway. That's true. A lot of items are bad for tomes, but as part of what I mean by, like, if it's not in a single drop table, it shouldn't even be in a tome, right? Like, if for whatever reason steel pickaxes were never dropped, but iron and Nelinite are, steel pickaxes should not be a tome that can be rolled until, you can pick them up. So there is a lot of those bad ones fall into that category where it's just NPCs don't even drop them, even though they are common enough items that you can make on your own. Can you not add tags to the items in the code and have the tome rerolls ignore things with that tag? Yes, we definitely could add that. That is a thought. One of the things I pitched to Jagger was about grouping items so that shirts could all, shirts or things similar to that are interchangeable should be grouped together. And then the other thing I pitched to him was having I am not, I am not tomeable. There's some items that you just should never be in tomes, like indie dev flyers that we only gave out on the days that we were at those indie dev events. And I think there's 2 different flyers in game that are, you can reroll those with tomes, but they'll never come back. Unless someone puts them in a drop party, you're never going to see them. Sorry, what? Couldn't you just create a new list of specific items that has a reference to the existing list so that rather than creating it with all the data, you have a list of references to the existing list? Yes, we definitely could do that. We have IDs for every item. We definitely could just have a list of these item IDs can be in the tome or could be rollable, and have, when we roll the tome, have it do that rather than go through every item, randomly pick an index and then say, hey, are you not a note? That's definitely a good way to do it. I don't know, it's totally valid. The only complaint I'd have from there's a not as pretty kind of part to it, is then we have a separate list. So whenever we make a new item that we want to be in the tome, we have to add its ID to that list. And if we ever refactor the IDs around, it's just another thing to keep track of. But there's things like that already in the code base, so it's not like it'd be super out of place in a beautiful code base. There's a lot of legacy stuff that needs to be cleaned up anyway, just about hard-coded IDs. So I don't know. That's totally valid, and we could totally just keep a list of these IDs are the one, these items are the ones that can be rolled in tomes, and just when we add a new item, we add it to that list. Or alternatively, what might be a little easier is making a list of things that can't be in tomes, so that we can just say, oh, this flyer, Death Scythe, almost every item that we make will eventually be in a drop and could be tomeable, but not, I don't know. I feel like there's just it would just be a big list of items that could be tomeable if we were to add them one by one every time. Yeah, tomes would be super OP if you could only get good ones. That's a good point. Right now, people are spending thousands of dollars re-rolling shirts. If you got rid of that and they didn't, like, re-rolls became less frequent, it would be a little too good. Right now, it's kind of a money sink, which is nice in our game. I've got the full indie brochure. Haha, haven't seen flyer yet. By flyer, I meant brochure. The full indie brochure, there's 2 of them, so there should be 2 different things called full indie brochure. And yeah, that's what I meant by flyers. I thought Lapidary was supposed to be coming to save us from tomes. If that's what Jagger said, then yes. I personally do not know enough about Lapidary. I don't know, my knowledge of Lapidary is me being super confused about the name and thinking, what the F is Lapidary? And then he told me, and we Googled the name because I was like, there has to be a better word for this. And then we came up with gem cutting. And then we changed it to gem cutting, pushed a patch, and then it's still been Lapidary ever since. And we don't know why, and it just reverted to Lapidary. And because he hasn't finished the skill, the name hasn't been updated. But my point is, I am not the one making the Lapidary skill. So I've kind of been, I don't really know all the plans for that one. Whenever something new, like a new skill, a new engine update gets added, it's always Jagger. He's the main developer. If the server goes down and I say to you guys in the general chat, like, noted, we're on it, I call him. I'll just call him and I'm like, the server's down. Can you put it back up? So he's the main developer for this, and sadly, I don't know enough about Lapidary. But maybe, do you know what exactly he said? Because if he says it'll save us from tomes, I'm a big fan of that. All right, so let's get on this. So this getter is, so for this list of items, we have a object I call getter. And the idea of this is that it's an object that routes to all the other, like, different types. So I can say, get me the character, this guy. Or I can say, get me an item and give it parameters to tell it. So it lets me just kind of reuse a lot of code when I generate these things. So we're going to make a new getter, or we're going to make a new entry in the getter for our key. So let's go to getter. Let's go to items. Let's see, so this is drop tables, this is the item getter, interface, action, get models, we can get a action, get an item, get a world object, get a model, get an interface, get a character, get a drop table, and that kind of generates the data. So we are going to add to the item getter. So you can see uncut gems, necklaces. So item is the new one I wanted to take over. So this is the method we call when we just want a simple item. So let's make our key. So let's get to the bottom. Actually, we don't even need to use this getter. I think that was the beauty of item. So we can go to our item list, and I can say, get me the item that is a item. Our ID is going to be one more than the note, so 727. The node ID is going to be one after this, so 728. Not that I really want to have a noted version, but if for whatever reason happens, that should work. So the name can be Ozike's key. The value of the key, we don't want it to be worth much if people take it out, but whatever. If you somehow cheat us out of it, we'll make it only worth 5 gold. The sprite index for the key should be one after the alpha shirt. So the shirt's sprite index is 281. So we're going to use sprite index 282. I haven't added it to the sprite sheet, but just so we're aware. The description will be something like Ozike, the key to Ozike's, I didn't say vault. I say vault, but that's not the word I was looking for. Vault. We should give this to him. Incineration level. Oh, I don't want you to be able to incinerate it, but if you could, 30, I guess. I'll put a comment, Jagger, look over these numbers. So before any of my patches get merged, Jagger kind of handles all the balancing. So I roughly guess where I think the number should land at, and then I have him go over the items one by one, because there's some things that I don't really know how they should drop, like when something should drop nature shards versus earth shards or stuff like that. The drop table is another one that I always kind of have him look over, because I don't know, he's the one in charge of balancing. Oh, Deliverance says, oh, while you're there, any chance you could add a noted version of Grey Wolf Pelt and Dark Wolf Pelt? They are impossible to manage in the bank because they can't be noted. Was that an oversight, or did Jagger make that intentional? Noted Grey Wolf Pelt. So ID... noted false. Thanks for the bug report. So the noted ID of the wolf pelt is 516. Noted true. Noted ID is that. Wait. Yeah. I think that's how it is. Noted false. Let me double check, because I just don't want to be wrong about the variable names, but I think that's all it was. So when you go in here, noted, oh no, it has to be, sorry, yeah, noted is false, but where's noted ID? Yeah, noted at false was right. Is that not notable too? Wolf pelt. Am I typing it wrong? Gray. Why did I lose Grey Wolf Pelt? Oh, right, it's in the items file. That's why. Grey Wolf Pelt. So noted is, this is not noted, but the noted ID is that. I believe that's how it's supposed to be. I guess I can come up to these guys to just see. Yeah, noted ID, I should be using a capital D. That's what's wrong here. All right, so now whenever what I'm working on goes live, Grey Wolf Pelts will hopefully, they should be noted. We will test that. I think armor is the same way. That's definitely an oversight, because as you see, we literally have an item called, a noted item that's called Grey Wolf Pelt, that's ID is linked to the other Grey Wolf Pelt. So what else is there? Grey Wolf Pelt and Dark Wolf Pelt. Okay, so Dark Wolf, Grey Wolf Pelt. So noted is false, but does it have a noted right after? It does. So let's do noted ID. This is 553, one after it. Okay, so dark gray, so that should go to it. Yeah, that's the one problem with when these objects are done. Like when it uses my getters, that all gets set up. So it's like if that bug happened, it would happen to every item, and then we'd fix it, and then it would fix for every item. When some items are more custom and they ended up getting written manually, there's oversight like that. So overhauling this whole file, I've touched it in the past, and then it's like I'll go in and I'll fix up all of these items, but then new items come in, and then I'll fix up these items, but then new items come in. So there's some heavy refactoring we need to do in here. Okay, I think armor is the same way. All armor? I'm just wondering, wolf pelt chest. So what is this? Oh, that is, so this is the armor, okay. Wolf pelt torso. Gray, oh yeah, there he is, sorry, gray to pelt torso. Oh, yes. Okay. Noted ID. See, this is why these streams are great. You guys can keep me in the loop on what I'm missing. Okay. So then that also means the D gray wolf pelt torso. Just double checking. Yep, it's this ID. Noted false, noted ID. So if you don't give a noted ID, it can't be noted. And then the noted items are set to noted as true, and then they have an unnoted ID that goes in the reverse. So the two items have to know about each other for the bank to be able to swap them back and forth. If one of them is broken, the whole connection is broken. All right, so there's torso, and then you said pants. So the pants are also busted, noted ID, and so that also means the other one. Gray wolf pants, here we go. So ID 520, noted ID is that. Okay. And the wolf paw and wolf paw necklace. Wow, the whole wolf family is a little off, huh? Wow, well, thank you for pointing this out. Noted ID. Now, what was it? The wolf paw and wolf paw necklace. $562. Yep, that looks right. Cool. Which come from crabs? Let's see. ID 512, it looks like. Nope, that's, oh. Carbon, oh, wrong item. This is probably not the best way to figure it out. Oh, wolf, sorry, I thought you meant like there was a drop there, and I was like, I didn't realize they dropped wolf stuff. Yes, okay. The crab sprite wolf thing is a little silly. You know, we can put that on our to-do list here. Crab wolf sprites wrong. Yeah, that's a big thing. Actually, I will be right back. Gotta go to the washroom really quick. I'll be back in a minute. One moment. Sorry, back now. Okay. Not even the cool spiky crabs. Yeah, we need to fix them being crabs. All right, that we can try to get that done. Ton, you're the one who made the wool or the sprites, right? Did you make wool? Oh yeah, I guess these are Ton sprites, by the way. I added them to my full. I downloaded them before this just in case there was some other characters we wanted to make. All right, so sadly there isn't a wolf here. Do we have wolf sprites, Ton? Because otherwise I'm gonna have to ask Jagger where we get them from, because I did not see them when I looked. Sorry, I'm just reading a message. No, okay. That Bool is a handsome man. Oh yeah, very handsome. Voltron made, yeah, Voltron made better ones. Oh, okay. I don't know why I'm on my other monitor. Let's just take a quick look if we have some wolf sprites here. We're not going to do that first, but I just want to know whether I have the assets. Is there a bank or something? Okay, well, I'm glad people are helping. Where would Voltron have put them? Actually, I'm not going to work on that now, but yes, we will. If you say he has them, I'm sure I can find them later. So we will make sure to do the wolf sprites as well. But let's start with this whole key thing. We got a little sidetracked here. I think we got all the wolf paws, right? All the item fixes. Let's add that to the to-do list. Let's say we fix it. Fixed wolf paw and other wolf items not being noted. Wow. Already a productive stream. Make a new ticket, put it in done. Awesome. Okay. So next, let's try to make our item. So we are in here. Let's go to the bottom. We're in the middle of making this guy. So it's Ozike's key. We're going to use that picture. The description is the key to Ozike's vault. I think safe is the word I meant. We should give this to him. We don't have to say we. Incineration level 30. Essence value. Man, I hate not knowing what I should do for balances. So I'm going to say 0 for the time being because Jagger's going to fix the numbers anyway. And are the keys stackable? No. We do not want them to be stackable. So this here should be enough to get us a simple key that does nothing but has a name, an examine, you know, like the text, and can be noted and everything if we made a noted version. Which I said if, but we should make a noted version if we're going to make it noted. So put the comma there. Okay, so the ID is 1 after. It's Ozike's key. Value of 5, excuse me. 282 is our spread ID. So that should be good. Now we just have to add this to our sprite sheet. So, well, actually first we have to make the client match the server. So this is the client code. So the core base will be the same in the future. Like the core code will be the same in the future, but for the time being, sadly, I need to copy the objects array between the two. I feel like I can copy the whole file, but I feel one of these files exported differently than the other between client and server. So I prefer just to copy the item array. Item object equals freeze. Now let's put it on the client. Okay. Ton, if it's possible, could you try to find me the ones Voltron made for the wolf sprites? No worries if not. Actually, I should ask, were the wolves ever in the game? Like, did they ever work and it broke and I'm just oblivious? Or it's just a case of we've never... Okay, nope, they've never... Okay, so yeah, we need the sprites. That's the issue then. Yeah, so if somebody can try to find those for me, it would be a big help. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go hunting through a Discord. All right, so now this should work as far as having the objects existing in both. The one last thing we want to do is add it to the sprite sheet so that, you know, we can actually see it. So in our dist and on the client, right now we're on the client code. So if we go into here, there is a sprite sheets items, and here is the current sprite sheet. So I will open an Explorer. I'm gonna open this in GIMP, and we'll make Could make a quality one, or we could just make a placeholder for the time being. Let's see, do we have a key object I can steal the body of? Yes, we do. Cool. Never mind, we're gonna make a good one. So let's put on our grid. Configure the grid to be 32 by 32. All right, so let's put this key there. Cool, and so Ozyke's key should look a little different. What colors does he wear again? We'll color code it between the two. Oh, I don't see him right. Right, I turned off the server. Whatever, we'll just make it a goldy colored key for the time being. An orangey one. So darker colors get replaced. Oh, right. This is all wrong. There we go. And no threshold. Actually, let's just do it this way. Oh. So I just want to touch everything that is this color because I just don't want the sprites to be different. Color it. Okay. So then we'll do, oh, I missed these two spots. They were also darker. All right, so this should be a bit lighter than we had. So let's just say that for now. So these are overall placeholders. These are not going to be the final version, but let's just get them in the game. How's that look? This is a little too different, I think. Ah, that's all right. And one kind of thing we've gone back and forth between, and maybe people can give some input on what they prefer. Items having an outline, like an outline. In the world, we're kind of moving away from having a black outline around things. We're moving towards the color that you just see at the edge being a darker version of itself. But for the item sprite sheet, we kind of go back and forth. These guys are dark blue edges, these guys are black edges. We kind of have some inconsistency here and don't know which style we should be sticking to. Ton says, for what is this key? So we're working on the tutorial island right now, and the key will be a item that the tutorial island rats drop that you have to give to Ozyke. So he can open his safe or vault. No, safe, that is the right word. So yeah, that's right now what it's for. So we've just added this to our sprite sheet. We'll overwrite the picture, and now, I love saying now because now we're gonna see if this works. And I think this I should be able to just spawn the item and it'll be good. But we did just change a few IDs too, so we will see. All right, so we're reloading our local version. Game runs, promising. So what IDs? Sorry, I missed the ID here. 727 and 728. So item 727, I want one of them. There, we have Ozyke's key. Takes 30 fire making to incinerate. I wonder if I pass undefined if that'll just go away. That's what I should make it do. Anyway, so yeah, we have Ozyke's key. The key to Ozyke's safe. Give this to him, valued at 5 coins. So you can use it, you can drop it, whatever. And just to make sure it worked, item 728 1. There's the noted version if anybody ever somehow steals it off us. Okay, so we have the item. Now let's make some rats that will hold them. So the one kind of thing is I want the rats to be weak because I don't want anyone to die to them. But these tiny ones are annoying to fight. They're so small, you know. I need to have bigger than this. So maybe I just use the big rat model, like as if they're big scary rats, but they're not called scary rats. Amen. Tiny rats, too tiny. Yeah, they're way too tiny. They're like, oh my god. I'm trying to click on it. There we go. I did actually click it that time. Cool. But yeah, they're way too tiny. These bigger rats are probably what we're going to go for and just use that model. So yeah, they're just going to be rats. They're not going to be aggressive because we don't want people to get hurt by them. And I guess they only drop the key, or they roll between dropping coins and key. Maybe just the key. That's the whole point. Just to make it quick. It's kind of silly to make you kill like 5 rats when one does the job. Direct noobs to the auto retaliate button at some point. That's important, says LaRue. Am I pronouncing your name right, LaRue? Yeah, that's a good point though. The auto retaliate button here is like, we added the tooltips, so if people try, you know, they'll eventually find if they read everything, but it is a little hidden. Like the right panel, second last option, combat settings. Someone should tell them about that. And maybe that's the job. Do you think that's something everybody needs to learn? Or do you think that's something that the Combat Guild's tutorial NPC should tell you? So if you choose to learn more about combat and you talk to him, he informs you about this auto retaliate and the difference between focus, power, and defense. Surprise, 1 in 1,000 chance of dropping the scythe. I mean, that's an interesting way to do it. Or the white wizard hat. Oh yeah, I guess the white wizard hat. Do you mean like they could drop the white wizard hat? Sure, combat man, especially if he has the first aggressive mobs around him. That's a good point. So if we look at the map, the combat town. So you start in the top left corner, right? You start over here. Sorry, yeah, you start right over here. The combat town is down. I was trying to follow the path to find it, but it's over here. So this is the combat guild. So it is actually, it's at the bottom right of the original 200 by 200 map. So he does have the goblins, like this whole colony of goblins that's hyper aggressive, but the first aggressive mobs you'd run into is actually on the way. On the same path you would run into these aggressive goblins. So yeah, him teaching about auto retaliate after you're forced to walk through the things that you know that might kill you is maybe not the best thing. And I guess he doesn't need to be part of the guild. I guess that's the other thing too, is this is specifically pre-guild content, so I should not get too fixated on the idea of this NPC has to be in this guild. The closest is actually, I think, these goblins. I think they have auto retaliate on. Let's take a look. So in here is where we determine, we place a goblin, the variable's on the left side. No, these are non-aggressive goblins. They just have walking bounds. They don't have an is aggressive variable. So yeah, these are not aggressive. It is these goblins are the first aggressive mob. So maybe it is in this town we want people to learn about it. Anyway, I do like the idea of directing to other NPCs. Maybe all the NPCs currently exist in this original area, like all of the tutorial NPCs, and once guilds come out, we just move them into the guilds and I not worry about it in the time being. Arrow Nick says, don't need people clogging the tutorial area farming enemies from new players for a super rare drop. True. True. I don't think the intention is that you'll ever be able to get back to the tutorial island, which is I think why he was getting at that'd be a cool thing. Jokingly, I'm hoping he was joking. But the tutorial island is an island that you will never be able to get back to. The closest thing is that our Patreon supporters can get to this island. There will be teleports to it. Currently, they have to ask us, like the developers, to manually teleport them. So this is Patreon Palace, and it's not finished. There's more to it, but it is in the game. And I just expanded the sand so that the Patreoners, or the patrons, can view and see the tutorial island and new players coming in. But they still can't get on the island. So I don't think there's no risk of people doing that. That being said, I guess I have to be careful about, like, what if someone uses magic to kill something and in the future we add a spell to pick up from a range. I don't know. I guess that I need to be careful what I'm saying here. But yeah, that is... We shouldn't have issues about people getting back onto the island. If we have issues, it'll be patched in the future because it's not intended. The boxes on the map... Oh wait, sorry, I skipped someone. You'd have to run through forced combat before combat tutorial, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was originally thinking the combat guy would be in the combat guild, but that is what I realized as people said that was, yeah, you'd have to run through combat. So combat guy definitely should exist in the top area so that you can learn about it really quickly. Deliverance says, the boxes on the map are the bounds for NPCs roaming. No. These on the map are actually the bounds of the music. So it's like when you're in this town. Oh, and then these are guilds. Let me comment out the guild ones. So this is a guild zone. We'll comment that out because guild areas are protected by guards. So these are the areas that if you're inside guards and you have like a red skull. I think that's about the red skull thing. But anyway, this is supposed to be the guild area. If we hide the guilds, the boxes that remain are the music zones. So this is like you start in the overworld and you have generic overworld music. You go up to Ozyke, and as you get over here, you change to farm music if you look at the sound on the left. So the sound we're trying to play is farm music. When you go east here, these goblins are surrounded by the goblin music box. So when you get into that box, goblin music plays. So like this is the carpentry town's music. This is another farm. Oh yeah, this small one's another farm. Then this big area is the mining music. So yeah. I had a hard time, so Kurz says, I had a hard time figuring out how to automate mining with camps. Does the tutorial cover that? The tutorial will not. And this is, we were talking about this earlier. Automating mining camps is something you do once you reach level 10 mining. Once you reach level 10 mining, you can build a mining camp that will help you mine copper ore and do it automatically for you. But that means you can't do it at level 1. So we were earlier in the stream, we were talking about whether there should be a level 1 way to do some sort of camp so that people learn how to do it. But other than that, that's kind of a challenge. It's like basically we either have to bring in a level 1 way to build camps, or we have to not teach you how to do it in the first 10 levels and have some sort of quest or something come up once you reach level 10 in an eligible skill that's like, oh, you reached level 10 woodcutting. Talk to this woodcutting guy and he'll teach you how to do the camps. Actually, I just lied. This tutorial will have a way for you to learn about the camps. That is the intention of having extra NPCs that are specific to skills. When you talk to the combat guild person, if you choose to continue the tutorial after you've done the starting amount, and you talk to Ozyke and you ask him, tell me about combat, and he tells you, oh, here's a 2-phrase answer, go talk to this guy for more info. That guy will have all the information and he will teach you how to make the training dummies for melee. So the mining tutorial NPC will teach you how to do the mining variation, etc. Should be woodcutter though. Almost everyone needs wood first, Lularu says. That's true. Yeah, I am teaching, the tutorial will be teaching woodcutting and not mining, because woodcutting is something everybody needs, whereas mining not really. But like early on, I mean, like right away. But yeah, making a level 1 way to do woodcutting is kind of not good, because we have to, I don't know, like it would be coming up with a new tree. So we'd have to either break our consistency about, like, you know, this log is level 10, this log is level 1, or I don't know. The training one made sense to me because you could just not use a bronze plate body, and you could just have a tier at level 1 that says, I want a wooden dummy made out of only wood, 6 pieces of wood. Bam, beat up a log of wood, and you could do that construction really easily, because you don't need high levels. You could do that level 1 because it's literally use the wood to build a little thing and then hit it. But I don't know. This tutorial will not, you will not do camps in the tutorial, but it will end with you learning about camps. How's that for an answer? Sorry, I'm just reading the chat. Lularu says, could tie fletching into it. People would have less screwing around getting to 10 if you showed them how to make arrow shafts. That's true. That's true. Showing them how to make arrow shafts might be a good use, like a good thing to do, and it would encourage people to cut a lot of logs and get to level 10 quick. Because it is true right now, people, unless you want to be a woodcutter, people don't woodcut until they want to camp, and then all of a sudden they just do a lot of woodcutting. So he says, yeah, a simple mention, and you'll be able to create camps and help you get resources faster would help a lot. Yeah, that would help a lot. Like, it's like there's two, like if you don't, there's like a few levels of knowledge here, right? It's like if you don't know what to ask for, you don't even know, like if you don't know what you don't know, you don't even know what to type into the chat. If an NPC tells you, oh, here's a thing about camps, and you are like, what's a camp? And it doesn't teach you how to do it, you know the word to ask the chat. But if it never is even mentioned that this feature even exists, you'll never ask to do that feature. Like, you'll never ask for help. So we probably do want to just have everything out there so people can stumble upon the right words and the right, the questions that they now either have to ask or they have to find out for themselves and get that discovery of, oh, he said camps and automated. What does that mean? And have people either discover it or ask. Yeah. Anyway, so where we left off here, sorry, I got sidetracked. I'm enjoying this whole chat thing, getting a nice conversation going. Oh, sorry, Lularu says, mention bags somewhere near the end of the tutorial too then. Those are a great feature people don't know for a while. That's a good point too. All right, I should be writing this down. Sorry. All right, I'm just writing on my other screen because these are good points that I do want to have. So mention camps, but don't teach because they can't do it yet, but just tease it. Mention bags. Yeah, mention bags. Because bags are very important. A lot of people don't use bags. And it is one of those things where I honestly think being in our Discord is a huge help, because we have all the people who can answer questions who are online even when they're not playing Guilds of Gods. Or even when they're playing it, but it's in a hidden tab because they're idling everything. Yeah, I think our Discord is really nice because it's the only place where you can really get a lot of this info. Mention tomes. Yes, mentioning tomes is a good point. Now, do you feel... I guess this comes back to the whole... we had a debate at the start of the stream for those who tuned in a few minutes later, that do we want the tutorial to be skippable or not? And I said that I do not want the tutorial to be skippable, but I want people to be able to do the tutorial very quickly. Like, the mandatory part should be done very quickly, and then afterwards there's an optional portion for more information. When you guys are saying mention tomes, mention bags, do you feel everyone should learn this? Or do you feel Ozai should teach you so the information's right there? Or do you feel some other NPC should teach you that Ozai can redirect you to, which I have a feeling means that like 3/4 of people are not going to do it because they're like, oh, the tutorial's over, I don't need to keep doing this. Camps 100%. Okay, yes, so mention camps for sure. All right, I'll put a second star beside camps, so that has to be mentioned. Bags and tomes would be fine as a quest later. I agree. Like tomes are really important and bags are really important. I mean, bags I think can come into play a little earlier than tomes, arguably, but they are things that you only do once you are already going and making momentum and skills, and you're like, oh shoot, my inventory is filling up too fast, or oh shoot, how am I picking up these items when I'm AFK? So I do think those are like later things. They could definitely be quests. So I'll put */quest. But I think they could be mentioned. I'm going to say some other NPC will mention bags and tomes, and we can have a quest for those later. And for sure, you're forced to hear something about camps. I think that's a good way to... I think we're on the same page there. Okay, so now that we have the key in game that seems to, work just fine, let's make our cool rat. So let's go back to the server. Let's go to characters, and I just want to see how we did the rat. I feared it was like this. I was hoping it was a nice getter. Don't like that. Well, I'm going to make a getter for rats. Are they all the same? What's different? So their IDs are different. The word medium, large, so the prefix of the sprite is different. Oh, the anchors are different too because they're different models. Okay. Just trying to think of what I want to do. Oh no, get character rat. Never mind, I am being silly. There is a getter for rat. So get a rat with this name, this sprite, this model of this sprite, and then this model. So model, because rats can be small, they can be medium, they can be large. They're all different models that'll fit together differently. So that's why we hard to define that. Stats and drops are set to null, and if they're set to null, then we default these. Okay. So let's copy this rat, go to the bottom, and we're going to make a new NPC that is our rat. So ID 70, because it's one after the NPC Thomas. These are our Patreon NPCs, by the way. For those who don't know, we have a Patreon that you can that people pay monthly. They donate to us monthly to be able to support us and help us out, and the money goes to paying the servers and paying for the music soundtrack that recently came out, stuff like that. So that's really cool. And we added this new idea, like we wanted to reward our patrons, because they have been with most of them. Like there's some new ones, and there's actually, we only have 5 patrons here, but I think we have 7 now. So there's 2 new guys that soon will be added. But all of these guys have donated at least $50 to the game. And that was our cutoff. We decided that once you have donated $50 as if you're a Patreoner and you've donated $50 between Patreon and Moneybags, we will turn you into an in-game NPC. You get to pick your name, you get to pick what you wear, which these are your item IDs for what you're wearing, your skin tone, you get to have hair. So even though that's not released as for something you can control, the NPCs have hair because it's hard-coded, so you get to pick your hair. And then the amount donated, I should get away from that because that talks about money, but the amount donated determines the stats of your NPC. So you'll notice that like Sandwich is a lot stronger than some other, like I think Sandwich and Aiden are the 2 strongest NPC or Patreon NPCs that roam the world right now, and that's because they are the biggest donors who have supported us the most. So just so you know, little Patreon plug right there, but for those who support us, we really appreciate it, and thank you very much to our patrons. Sammy is like level 30, yeah. 51, baby. Yeah, it's kind of hard because it's like we every month, as people donate more every month, the patron, it goes up in stats, right? Because the amount they've donated goes up, so their person grows. So we didn't want, like, as much as he's maxed in the game, and Sandwich is like our number one player, he's our Zazima, right? Like he is maxed, and has the most XP. Or I guess maybe it's only one adventure is maxed. I don't know if he's maxed the others. I don't think he has, but he's maxed at least one. I know that a few months ago. But anyway, as much as he's done all that, and he's our biggest donor, we didn't want to like give him this overpowered NPC because the game isn't even released, right? Like if we gave him an overpowered thing that's way better than anything you can pickpocket right now in the game, or fight or anything, and then 2 years from now we actually have people who've donated a lot more, we don't want to have to raise the level cap because of Patreon or something like that, right? I also just feel like people would enjoy being buffed. They don't want to be nerfed, right? So if we make them too strong and nerf them, people will be upset. If I start everyone low and then we kind of decide later, like, oh, it's too low, we'll up it, people will be happy. So right now, if we actually look, just so you can see, the Patreon NPCs are pickpocketable men. And the amount they've donated, we do some math, and it puts them on a tier of between 1 to tier 10 men. So I believe the people who roam the world right now are tier that you can pickpocket are tiers 1, 2, and 4. And I believe Sandwich is a tier 4 pickpocketable person, is how the math works out. Anyway, that's all tentative. That can all be changed. But just so you know. Although I don't think it went up after this month's patron rip. Sorry about that. You are right about that. I got an email saying that everyone got like that that the payments came in, or the donations came in for last month, and I was like, oh, gotta update that. I need to we kind of have the money bag donations separately, and I don't want to have people just send me screenshots of their money bags once a month to like figure out how much they've donated in that world. So I kind of need to get access to the PayPal that everything's being donated to, so I can come up with a little script or something to just quickly, I guess it doesn't have to be a script, there's a handful of people, but just a ways I can actually really efficiently look and go, oh, it's this much. Because right now I'm asking for screenshots or asking Jagger to let me know, so I need to figure that out, but I will update that. With this patch, we'll also do Patreon, people. I'll get that done. Update him for this month. Anyway, so we're adding our rat. He is ID 70. We're not going to call him a large rat, though. He is... What is he? He's a rat that stole Ozike's key. Is he just a large rat? I don't want to say large. It makes people scared of him. Maybe I'll just call him a rat, even though he is large. He's large, so he's clickable and obvious. A mouse rat. Ooh, I like that. So there's a mouse rat. The body is all good. So these stats are saying... So these are the stats right now. And they look a little wrong, actually. This is saying it has 11 HP right now. 0 attack. 1 power. And 2 defense. That just probably got copy-pasted from a different thing. But that's what this array kind of means. So we don't want this rat to be... to hurt people. So we're going to weaken it. We're going to give it 3 HP. 0 power, as well as a 0 attack. So it shouldn't hurt you. And then 1 defense, so that you feel good when you hurt it. Actually, I guess I should look. Do small rats even have 1 defense? What are their defense? Oh. Oh, no. So this is the stats of the small rat. I'll just copy that. 2 HP, 3 attack. Okay. So we'll change that. That's small rat. Okay. So that means I can make these rats a little stronger than I thought I would. If that's the actual stats. Right, there we go. Okay, so we want 2 HP, and we want to make it 1 attack, so it doesn't hurt you much, but it might. Rats are pretty terrifying. They are pretty terrifying, honestly. I'm not a big rat person. I don't really mind them, I guess, but I don't know. I definitely can see why people wouldn't want to fight a rat. Maybe check the chicken stats. That's a good way to put it. Thank you. People don't really fight small rats. So the chicken stats are 3 health, 0 attack, 0.5, so I can use decimals, good to know, 0.5 power, and 2 defense. Thank you for pointing that out, because that does differ. And you can punch a chicken when you're starting, so maybe we'll just make it chicken stats. So you do get hurt, but I don't know, I don't even want you to die. That's the big thing. 0.25. Yeah, 0.25, and then we'll make it 1 defense so you can easily kill it if you do get in a fight at low health. Now these are the drops. So I believe this means, like the way you read this, I hate these. I wish we had this refactored a bit. But this means that there is a, I think this means there's a 100%, like the way we do the rolls is it's like, okay, we're going to roll a number between, I think it's between 0 to 100. And so I think it's like, it goes from 1 to 100, and usually there's more, but this is just 1. So you'd see like 1 to 20, and then 21 to 100. And the idea is it's like, if we roll one of the first 20, so a 20% chance, we hit a random item in this drop table. And then it's the other 80% would be like, and if we roll a number in this other 80%, we hit this other drop table. So I believe this is saying there's a 100% chance, because we're rolling between 1 to 100, and that's our whole range we're accepting, to hit this drop table, which is 0 is gold. So I'm assuming that this is, oh, to roll this drop. We'll have to play around with this. So I think this is saying 0, ID 0 is, I know, gold. That's the first item. I think 45 to 80 is saying between 45 to 80 gold. I mean, we'll just play around with it and see what we get. It's not the right answer I should be giving, but the drop table confused me. Maybe check the chicken stats. Poor chickens. Yeah, poor chickens. They're weak. We beat them up. We should have eggs or something, a way you can actually be nice to the chickens, because right now we treat them like rats, but they don't deserve it. Duck! Yeah, we do have a duck coming. We should get that. Get that going. Alright, so we're just going to kill this rat, and we're just going to see what it drops. My guess is that we're going to kill it, and it's going to drop between 45 to 80 gold every time we kill it. So we'll see if that's what happens, but that is my assumption. So rat is ID 70 in our list. I guess I should put a comma here. So rat is ID 70 in our list. So we will go to the client, go to the same character file. We'll add rat to the bottom. Okay. And that's ID 70. So in our map editor, we go to the characters side. And, oh, it's in special here. Over here, these are the old rats, right? So if we look at our tile sets for characters, these are the placeholder sprites that kind of dictate, like this is the sprite that represents him. So these are the small rats. So there's pinatas as an NPC, then sandwich red. Yeah. So right here is going to be where we're going to put the rat. So let's add it so that we can visually see where we're doing, or what we're doing here. We go to the map generator's picture. Like basically the map generator reads from this file, characters, all the different character IDs so that we can just place them. So over here, I don't want to say, yeah, we're going to make an Ozike thing. So these could be better, like a lot of these, but it's all just placeholder stuff. Like no one sees this, is just so that we know when we're looking at the map, we can tell what NPC is there. So let's just put on my lines here so I can line this up nicely. 64 by 64, yeah, see, that's why we need the lines. So we put Ozike. so that we can easily recognize him. And then we're going to say rat. So this is the Ozykes rat. Yeah. That's a terrible, I should just use black text. No need to try to be silly about it. All right, so export this. When we go to the tiled, there's now a rat thing here. So we're going to put Ozykes rat on the character layer. We're going to stamp down Ozykes rat. Let's say here. We are going to, I guess we'll get rid of those rats. Or no, we'll keep one of Ozykes rat, and we'll put these rats on the cliff. I mean, no, we'll put one down here. So there's one more rat that you might run into. And Ozykes rat will walk this perimeter. So let's copy the bounds, the X, Y, Z bounds of the other small rat. So that should bring us from where my mouse is right here at the top left down to 141.76 down to here. So he'll walk this general area, but he won't be able to get onto the ledges because of the walls. So now we have Ozykes rat there. So did I draw something on this map I needed to get rid of? Why do I feel like I did and forgot to get rid of it? Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Okay, I'll have to double check that later. Anyway, so here's the special map. So we're good. Let's export this and see how it works. So in the client, we overwrite the special map. On the server, we overwrite the special map. And let's run the code or run the game and see what we get. So restart the server. Client should have auto-updated, but we'll just, no, I'll just rerun it. Sometimes I've had issues where when I change sprites like that, it doesn't catch it right away. So let's get up here and see. So there's our new big rat. If we mouse over, it says mouse rat. If I right click, attack mouse rat, level 3. Bam. Oh, wow, I didn't kill him right away. And he dropped 69 gold. So when I said I think it'll drop between 45 to 80 gold, it seems I was right. So that is how we read this thing. It has a 100% chance to drop gold between 45 to 80 of them. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure what this 100 is. I have a feeling it's mapped to this 100. Like it's basically saying after this roll, what are we at? So that you could theoretically say, like, have an item, like have a drop that you could say go back to 0 at the end of this, so that they can you could get a drop that just says don't even count me, go back. Or if you get this drop, do like branch out differently how the drop table works. So I think this just says we're done because we're now at 100. So let's look at our new item. Our key is ID 727. So we're going to drop 1 of 727. So let's copy this between the client and the server, restart everything, and this should now drop the key we want. Bam! Drops the key, nice. So there is going to be a thing about you being able to collect multiple keys. I have a feeling like I could try to make some fancy thing in the drop table about like, oh, if you already own it, you can't get a second key, but I think we'll let people stack up on these keys and either let them keep it as a souvenir, because I always thought it was cool to keep souvenirs like that, or just remove it from their inventory once they teleport, which I think isn't as fun. It might annoy people because they're like, oh, I spent so much time getting those. So I think that's good. What's the next step? So rats drop what I want. So I guess now it's Ozykes dialogues we want to change. So this will be sell it at a stall for huge gold. Yeah, I made it only worth 5 gold. So if you sold it to the general store, it's not worth much. And Yeah, it'd be interesting, yeah, if people could just set up market stalls, ask for 10 grand for it. To be fair, though, if it was worth any money, you could just make a new account, go through the tutorial, pick up 20, and sell them all. So I can't see it being worth more than like a novelty, like keeping a quest item that you've outgrown just for the sake of completion. Alright, so I suppose there should be 2 Ozykes. No, there's one. So Ozyke has branching dialogue, right? The first time you ever talk to him, he'll give you a bunch of information. The second time he says, hello, what can I help you with? I'm going to need to make the quest version of Ozyke do that too, and I think it should be one character. So it's like, if you've talked to him and he finds that you're on the island, he does one dialogue, and if he finds that you're on the other map, he does the other. We'll just see how this is all structured. But all right, let's give this a go. So this looks cool. Let's go to the dialogues. So this here is Ozyke's dialogue right now. So basically the title is Ozyke, ID is 1, so when Ozyke says, when you talk to me, I use dialogue 1, this is what it routes to this guy. He says this message, and then it continues with these steps. So so when you press continue, it shows the default interface, checks your character's state, so that is basically checking to see whether you checking to see whether you have finished the tutorial, like, finished the tutorial or not, just how that is. If you complete and you keep going, then it'll get rid of the direction arrow, so set it to -1, which I guess gets rid of it. Sets the character's state for ID 4 to 0, so I believe it was that this check character state and set character state kind of lets you increment through a progress. So it's like you could have a quest, and maybe the quest is ID 70 might be the ID for a certain quest here, and when you start off you're at state 0, or you're at state 0, and as you go through the quest you get to state 1, state 2, state 3, and we can just keep checking and incrementing. So these are the 2 key actions I'm going to need to pay attention to. Then afterwards he gives you your starter stuff, which is your bronze items. So just so you guys know, this is when Jagger talks about the step system. If he ever uses the word step system or steps, he's talking about this. So the actions in our game are built in these steps, and it's basically building messages that you can chain commands as you go through. So you can, as you can see, it's like check this, and if it succeeds, we keep going, do this. If this succeeds, keep going, and it just falls through. A more complicated steps might be, what's a complicated item? Hammer? I guess hammer. Oh, that's not a complicated item. Sorry, it's bar, right? It's a metal bar. Steel bar, copper bar. Let's just take a look. I feel like this has some complicated actions. No, it doesn't. Anyway, actions are they're everywhere. I guess if it's not on the bar, it's on something else. Like it's probably it's on the anvil. That's it. So if you go to world objects, no, it's in this file, right? What is the world objects? World object definition? Nope. World object and type def. Yeah, so these are all the different world objects in the game. If we look at, for example, a anvil, here we go. It has various use actions here. So it's basically, it has this actions if you wanted to upgrade the anvil, which has been commented out because I guess that was something that was originally intended and got rid of, just kind of like how you can upgrade furnaces. And the use actions when you try to use an anvil are get this action, anvil smith list for these. So, and then each of these lists is a list of steps. So I guess this is a simple one for build with saw, where, oh, that's just build with saw, right? So for lighting fires, here's like a complicated steps, where it kind of includes like send the client a message. You attempted to light a fire. Do you have an inventory item? for like ID 46, do you have one of them? If you pass this, then you go into the next one, which is, do you have this other, the log that you're looking for? Do you have the required skill level in that skill? So that's kind of how we chain actions. And actions are everywhere. And as I said, they exist in dialogues. So we need to change how Ozike does this. So what I'm a bit confused about, though, is that he says here, hello, how can I help you? And I totally thought that he had the second message because this branched off saying, if your character state is the quest is the intro is complete, then do this other message. The fact that it's not kind of surprises me, but it is what it is. All right, so let's try to get one of these working. I've never programmed one of these guys, but let's try it. It's all in version control, so we can just gut this. So in short, he can have a message. Oh, they are different, right? These are different. Let me just see if he has an example of chaining these better, because I swear Jagger explained that they can be chained differently. Like you can have multiple messages, but looking at this, there's one message, and then once you press continue, you do this. So I guess we are going to need a lot of messages. That's okay. Continue, do that. Ooh. Sorry guys, my dog is interrupting me. Get up here. Come say hi. Oh, she's not jumping up. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, so yeah, here we see the first, yeah, this is just to explain the rest of this whole check character state thing. This is the first message when you first make an account, and we see it says show the arrow going to this location, this X and this Y, and then set the character state of 4 to 2. And then when you first talk to Ozike, he says check that it's at 4, that ID 4 is at state 2. So that definitely means that, you know, we set it to 2 and then it has to be 2 when we check it, otherwise you're not going to get into this dialogue. I made death, so let's just see how I did death. I thought I made it, I just want to see how I decided when you go to death, because this is the topic of it. So let's go character, death. Let's see what he does. So yeah, when you talk to him, you walk up to him and you show dialogue 5. So that's all it is. He's just a character. So I guess it's, for some reason I was thinking about how you get to death, but that's totally different. Sorry, I've just gone off topic again. What was I working on? Shoot. Sorry, when I start rambling, I can just kind of go off topic. I was making Ozike have different dialogues. So I just want to know why he goes from one dialogue to the other. I wish Jagger was here right now so he could just kind of point it to me, but whatever. It's not a big deal. So when you first talk to Ozike as a character, let's see. So he has a unique talk to step, I see. If somebody inherits from like get character human, then they're pretty commonly at like a normal human. But when they're custom like this, sometimes they get written out differently because he has some differences. So when you talk to Ozike, you walk up to him, and then it checks the character state. If you have the arrow, then you do this. Otherwise, you show a different dialogue. Yeah. Right? I'm a bit confused by that, actually. So you walk up, you walk adjacent, you check, and you can, if you talk to him and you have the right thing, if it passes, you go next. If it fails, you go to the list. So if it passes, you go to this next step, which is just this one here, saying show dialogue 1. And if it fails, you go to this list of steps, which is one step that says show dialogue 2. So this here, I wish I could just pin this somehow, but this is where I'm also going to have to live. So let's play around with this. Yeah, so we're going to have multiple different dialogues, I suppose, for Ozyke. And I guess we'll just start them at the bottom. And these ones will get reused in the future. So the first time you talk to him, we'll just build them out here. So the first time you talk to this version of Ozyke, I'm not going to write out all the plot, we'll write it out, but in short term, he gets, I'm hurt. I'm not even going to do grammar. I'm hurt. Please get me fish. Here is a fishing pole. So we are going to, yeah, so the first time we talk to him, he's going to be hurt. You're going to want to get him fish, and he's going to give you, not fishing pole, fishing net. So he's going to give you a net. We're going to show the default interfaces, which basically means close everything and put everything back however your settings are. And then we're going to check the character state. So this is the initial one. So I'm going to say this is character state. 2 is the one. I'm going to stick to it with 2 because that's where we start at when you have the arrow. So then we get rid of the arrow. I don't like that. We are not getting rid of the arrow. We are changing the arrow. So we are going to show a different direction arrow. And I might need to get rid of and show it. We'll see. But yeah, I'll just do this. So we're going to pick a new direction. And now we're going to tell you to walk to a camp. So we check the state. If we keep going, then we're going to want to update the arrow to a fishing pool's location. We're going to set the state to 3 because we're now at the next step. And we are going to give you a fishing net. Similar to this, the next time we talk to Ozyke, he's going to say, like this is going to be now assuming that you have a shrimp, a raw shrimp in your inventory. Yeah, so yeah, you can't expect me to eat raw fish, can you? Can't expect me to eat raw fish. Here is a axe and a tinderbox. Chop down a tree. Light the wood on fire and then cook the shrimp. So now we're going to check, and this only happens if we are at interface 3 because this should be one further into the quest. You're going to change the arrow again to point to some sort of tree. How's everybody doing in the chat anyway? We haven't chatted in a bit. We're going to update it, so we're going to the next stage in this tutorial. And we also have to give you a bronze or a copper axe. And yeah, so copper axe. And then separately, we're going to give a tinderbox. So that'll happen. So you'll go to the tree, you'll cut the tree. I'm going to have to, I'm going to have to make a special tree and a special fishing spot. I just realized that will check if you have the arrow and everything set up right and redirect it. Because after you get a log, it'll, we want to redirect it to Ozyke. Maybe not. I mean, maybe it's once you get the log, we get rid of the arrow. But for whatever reason, we have to take into account that regular trees we don't have. Or the regular trees don't have logic about this arrow thing, and we're going to need somehow you interacting with the tree and getting wood to update this. So that's something new we have to consider. Oh. Yeah, so let's move on. So the next step is going to be, or the next dialogue with Ozike is going to be you giving him the shrimp. Either that or him teaching you to light the fire, and we split it up into 2 steps, but I'm going to go straight to you give him the shrimp. So he was like, oh, that hits the spot. I feel much better now. And then some sort of dialogue where, you know, you ask how to get off the island, to which he replies, you ask to get off the island, to which he replies, the rat took my key, kill it, and took. I have teleports for us in my safe, but the rat ate my key. Here is a sword. Kill the rat and return my key. I have a feeling this is going to go off the screen and I have to be putting new lines in here, but we'll see if it wraps or not. I doubt it does, but this is how I learn. So after this, we should be at stage 4 of the tutorial. So we check to make sure we're at stage 4. We change the direction arrow to a rat. The rat's not in one location. We are not going to be able to do an arrow. So we are just going to get rid of the arrow instead, because for now that'll be good enough. So we're going to set the state to 5 because we are now killing the rat. And we are going to give you a copper dagger. So that should be the next step. So this isn't the final dialogue, just to clarify. This is just kind of, I want these to chain. Once I know that they're all chained and it's working, we can overhaul the dialogue. But no use in writing dialogue if things are going to have to change and be rearranged anyway. And so the next thing is you give him the key and he says, oh, thank you. Here, oh yeah, so then he gets the teleport out of his safe. Then he will say, here is your teleport. Click on, use it to get home. Or to get back to Eloria, which is the continent. So we'll make sure that you're stage 5 for this to happen. There, I guess after you pick up a key, it should give you the arrow to talk to him, so then we'll get rid of the arrow again. So then we will set your character state to 6, and we will give you a Phywan teleport. And after that, you'd use the teleport, which would get you back to the main island. It's probably going to have to be a special teleport that just looks like the old one so that it can give you the arrow again. But for the time being, this is fine. So now we have different dialogues for Ozike. So let's copy these between the client and the server. All right. Oop. Sorry, this doesn't look as this isn't as fun as like when we were all talking and working on the map, but I'm happy that you guys are here with me. So yeah, I guess now I have to go to Ozike. When you talk to him, so you always walk adjacent. Now we're going to have to totally change these steps. So you always walk adjacent to him. But now we're going to have the first case. So let's copy paste this. Okay, so if we are at the Did he go 2, 1? 1, 2. Okay, yeah. So if you are at stage 3, no, 2. 2 is what you start at. Then we go to dialogue. So the first dialogue here was 13. So when you talk to Ozyke, if you are at the first step, you go to 13. And then I need to chain these. The last one will be different. So step result, end action, step result. Yeah. So otherwise we get into here, and it's if you are at the third step, you go to dialogue 14. If you are at the fifth step, you go to dialogue 15. So there's 6 steps. 6 steps, yeah. And then if you are at dialogue, or if you are at step 6, we go to step 16. Did I skip one? 5. 3 goes to 13. Yeah. 4 goes to 15. 5 goes to 16. Otherwise, we default to that same hello, can I help you, which will be changed in the future to be him kind of redirecting you to other people. So hopefully this will chain it all through for you. And when we first appear, that first dialogue, this one here, pressing OK gives you the arrow and sets the state to 2, which is our starting one. So we'll keep this, and we will change. Yeah, we're just going to see how this looks, actually. This might just be pretty good as is, and just we'll see. So let's put Ozyke on both of the client and the server. So I changed his actions here. Restart the server, and let's see what happens. So I need to make a new account, though, because okay. Make a new guest, doesn't matter. So we're gonna get here, we're gonna get this message, arrows pointing to the old guy, set position 134. I'm definitely getting this wrong, but teleport. No, I got it right. Teleport to this map. Cool. So there isn't an arrow because the arrow is from the old map and telling you to go there. It's on the wrong map. But anyway, so the first time you talk to him, he says, "I'm hurt. Please get me fish. Here is a fishing net," and he gave us a dagger because that's the old item I had. So in this case, we now have shrimp. I guess I'm not checking for these items though. So yeah, I talked to him again. He says, "You can't expect me to eat raw. Here's an axe and tinderbox. Chop down a tree, light the wood on fire, and cook the shrimp." We got 2 new items that are still the old one. So we would get the wood and talk to him. Talk to him again. "Oh, that hits the spot. I feel much better. How do I get off the island? Here's a key. Or kill the rat." So we got another thing that would be our sword, or our dagger. We kill the rat. So how easy is it to kill the rat? This is a real experience. No warm up, straight to the action. A bit rude of Ozyke. "Sorry, I'm in and out at the moment. Someone smashed a window on my car." Oh, I'm sorry, dude. That is rough. Don't worry about it. Deal with that. Was it like an accident? Or is that like an intentional thing? That's not good at all. Okay, so we got our key. We pick up our key, which we talk to him. "Oh, thank you. Here's your teleport. Use it to get back to Eloria." He gave us another item that would be our teleport. We'd use the teleport, and that teleport would bring us back to the spawn. So awesome. Okay. I think that's pretty slick, actually. Obviously, the items aren't all correct and stuff, but I see potential. Nah, I think someone just smashed it. Nothing was stolen, at least. Well, I'm glad nothing was stolen, but like, yikes. That... I'm sorry, dude. That just sucks. You don't want to deal with that. Okay. On this map, I can walk. So that, the fact that I'm walking in here, that has to do with the map editor. So, or in here, I have a layer here called world objects that block. And if we go look at it, this is just me telling in the map editor, if you run into these world objects, block, like put walls around them, because these are the blockable ones. So this needs to exist on this world too. New tile, world objects that block. Let's put him in the top corner, but we can, top right corner is okay too. Okay, so now the code should be able to look for that layer and go, oh, these are things that I need to put walls around if I run into them. So might need to do something else to wire it up, but that should be it. Okay, so the next step, obviously this was very imperfect. We were able to just talk to him without actually getting the shrimp. All it says is if you're at this step in the tutorial, do this. Really, that's not right. It's a combination of features. We want to, if you're at the point when you need to be giving him raw shrimp and you have a cooked shrimp, we don't want it to skip, right? We don't want to just check what items do you have and have him talk based on that. But we also don't want to just go based on what step you're at, because then we'll get what we just had. We need a mixture of both, and we need failures where if you didn't have the right item, he says like, where's my shrimp? You know? So that's the branching dialogue that we are missing at this time. So let's figure those out. So we need some dialogue about just some simple ones. It doesn't have to be fancy. Where's Ozek saying? Like just this 3-liner here. So now we need something here like ID 17, which is the, Ozek says, where is my shrimp? Please get it from a fishing pool. They are all along the beach because there are many fishing pools. So that'll be the you forgot the shrimp thing. Now, if you're at the stage where you were supposed to cook the shrimp and you have not cooked the shrimp yet, he will say something like, yeah, he will say something like, I told you to cook a shrimp first. Cut a log from the tree. Use the tinderbox on it. Yeah, I told you to cook a shrimp first. Cut a log from the tree. Use the tinderbox on it to light a fire. Cut a log from the tree. Get wood from cutting a tree is probably a more English way to say it. Use the tinderbox on a log to light a fire, and then cook. Yeah, and then cook a shrimp. Be sure not to burn it, or you will have to try again. So that should cover our case where you have already you already got the tinderbox and stuff, but you didn't give him your shrimp. It'll be ID 18. So then we also now need the case where he's told you to get the key, but you do not have the key on you. So where is my key? Matchbox. Thank you. Not a tinderbox. It is a matchbox. Appreciate it, Ton. Keeping me in line. Where is my key? Yeah, we're definitely going to have somebody... Well, I mean, obviously I can proofread it and just do effort there, but I definitely want to write nice dialogue that's concise and informative while not not relying too much on terms the game uses. Like, I tried to use log the first time, like you get a log, but log, when you know we're talking about trees, it makes sense. But I think in English people would just say wood until they see the item called log and know, oh, this is a wood log. So I think having somebody look over, help me come up with a good dialogue would be nice. But for now, these are the placeholders. Where is my key? One of the rats took it. The big one. He was scurrying around here somewhere. One of my rats ate it. The big one. He was scurrying around here somewhere. So then you get it. He gives you the TP. And then we need the you've been given a teleport and then you try to talk to him again message. So that will be something like he's still friendly with you. He's not going to be like, get off the island. He'll say something like, I am ready to go home whenever. I'm ready to go home whenever you are. Just use the teleport I gave you. I'm mentally just ignoring the cases about players losing items, because it's not like usually they'll design kind of quest lines in a way that, they'll give you an axe and then you'll drop it. Then you'll talk to the NPC and he's like, I thought I gave you an axe, and he'll give you a second one, and then you can pick it up and you have 2 axes. And you feel like you beat the system because of that, but it's really because they didn't want to branch off like however many new things of, every single item I have to be able to make sure that if make sure that you can't lose it and stuff. But I'm going to ignore that for now and maybe deal with that. Maybe I'll just sneak it in on the messages, like just in the actions, like he doesn't say anything. It's just if you don't have a matchbox and you talk to him again and he sees that, he just gives you a matchbox. I don't know, might do something like that just to make it easy. Anyway, so these are our cases now of you do not have the thing I am looking for. So now we need to do all the checks for these items. So we will go back to character. We will go find Ozyke again. And Ozyke, here we go. So we're really going to expand this here. So right now this check, this check here is saying if you're at this character state, do this, like show this dialogue. That's not what we need to do. We need to then have one more chained in here where it's build step type dot check item inventory has inventory item. There we go. So it's been a while since I've done this branching stuff here, but let's see. So if we have an inventory item, I'm just going to look for all the references for this thing because it's been done before. So it's item ID and quantity. That's all I have to pass. So build this step. If I have this, if I have this. So right now this will fail. Like if this fails, you just exit out of it totally. So I need to add the optional parameter, that extra optional parameter about what do you do when we succeed and fail. So we go back here. So we're going to want this to be, I think I'm getting ahead of myself here. Let me just pseudocode this. So this is basically just a weird way of doing a bunch of if-elses, and I now need to nest them. I'm just not sure about this syntax. So if we are at step 1, else if we are at step 2, else if we are at step 3. I'm just pseudocoding out the logic here. Else if we are at step 4. So if we're at step 1, then we need to say, no, if we're at step 1, we give you the fishing pole, or the fishing net. At this point, you are on step 2. Like, you have been given it, and then now we're at step 2. So now if you come back and talk to him a second time, you'll be in step 2. So in step 2, we need to have a check. If we have raw shrimp, we get axe matchbox, and now at step 3. I guess it's here. If we have this, he gives you that, and now it's step 3. Otherwise, he now needs, otherwise, and it's just an otherwise case, we don't have to whole bracket it. Otherwise, where's the raw shrimp? Which doesn't change anything. So then once we are at step 3 and we get in here, we do a check if we have cooked shrimp. And if we do, he gives you dagger. And now step 4. Otherwise, where is my cooked shrimp dialog? And otherwise, if we're at step 4, if we have the key, gives you teleport home. Otherwise, or else, ready when you are. So this is how we kind of have to chain these, I believe. So let's rewrite this a bit to follow that pattern. Well, I guess I should check on the Discord, see what people are saying. Is anybody saying anything important? No one's messaged me. Okay. Didn't check all the channels though. Just no pings. Yeah, so let's do this. So how this ends up becoming, this is actually going to chain really weirdly, and it might look a bit complicated, but these else's are in like weird messages. It's like if we pass, we go to the next step. Otherwise, we go to the next list. So this is actually like an if else, if else, if else that chains through of like go to the next list, go to the next list. So the first step is if we are here, I'm just going to tab in. We don't normally do this, but just so we can see. Then we go here. So this is our, if we're at step 1. We do that. And yeah, so if we're at step 1, give you fishing net. That's simple. There's no item check. Now we need to do our otherwise if we're at step 2. And here's where we kind of branch it funny. We need to have, right now it's just gives you, like we go straight to this inner step. Like we go straight to this. And that is not proper. We now have to put it in this if and else. So if we're in the right step, we keep going. Otherwise, we go to the next step list. So I wonder if there's alternatives I can do here too. Okay, we'll see. So we check the character state. If we are at step 2, we go to the next step. So then here, yeah, we were gonna have to write this differently than I thought. But anyway, here we're doing a has item check. I just pasted one. Okay. It's no worries. Here we go. If we're at step 2, we do this. So if we're at step 2, we keep going and we check if we have an inventory item. So this is our, if we have raw shrimp case. So if we have raw shrimp and we have, if we're at step 2 and we have raw shrimp, we go to the next step. Wait. I think I confused myself here. So this is 1. Give you the fishing net. Now it's step 2. Otherwise, if we're at step 2. Yeah, so it's like if this fails, see if, yeah, so if this fails, as in we're not at this check, we then go into this check. So in here we say if we're at this state, and yeah, so this is 1. If we're at step 1, does that. If we are at step 2 and have no raw shrimp, this is the better way to write it. I was wondering because it's like we can't get into depth here, so I have to refactor this a bit. So if we are at step 2 and we have no raw shrimp, that is when he tells you to how to do it. Oh no, so and we have no raw shrimp, then we where is my raw shrimp dialog? If is there like a difference? So that we have a has item, has no item. What things related to item do we have? I'm sure that Can pick ground item. I guess I do have to do a has inventory. So if we have step 2 and we have a raw shrimp, now step 3. So if we do that and we have it, now we need this one gets built out, these params, because the raw shrimp params now has a fail case. It's not just if we fail exit, it's if we pass we go to the next step, if we fail we go to the next list. So we just skip out all of this entirely. So then we show dialogue and we end the action after we do this. So this gets us to dialogue 14, which is the next step. So now we have to do a very similar one that's basically saying if we are at step 2, and the only way we can get this is if we do not have shrimp. Yeah, the only way we can get here is if we don't have shrimp. So where is my shrimp? Actually, I can put these all at the end, I guess, now that I think about it. Yeah, that's a way better way to do this. My apologies, I know I'm confusing people, but I am figuring out this portion as I go. Not completely, but this part is a little more tricky. Yeah, so I should do all the positive cases first, and then at the end it's if we're still going at the end of the list, it means that we are in an invalid case, and then we can do all the other dialogues. So, and we have a raw shrimp, so that we'll change this to so now we have to do a if we are at step 3 and have a cooked shrimp. Now step 4. I don't have to put the word now, just step 4. So go through the step list. If we have a cooked shrimp ID, we need at least one of them. We go to the case. I guess I also need to remove. Yeah, I'll have to remove item. Right. Build step type dot remove inventory item. And it's definitely the same params of our cooked shrimp ID, and we remove 1. And then same thing here. We have a raw shrimp. He's not eating it, but yeah, it's like if we have a raw shrimp, if we're at step 3 to step 2 and have a raw shrimp, that's when he tells us to get more. Your desk vibrations are coming through the mic a little. Don't know if you can do anything about it, but I'm getting the super bass. Okay, my bad. I suppose I could move the mic onto the other desk. Separate these. Do you still hear the same vibration? It's just when you're typing? Okay, I was just shaking the desk, but okay. No, I appreciate knowing. It's some of those things that, like, before I stream, I I'll do a mic check, make sure I can hear myself and stuff, but those kind of things I don't really come up too well. So, appreciate knowing it. It's kind of funny. It's like the tutorial was one I knew I needed to work on, and on stream seemed like as good of a time as any to do it. But when I was pitching the things, I was kind of low-key hoping that one of the more visual things was what people would want, because those are more fun to do on stream, right? But this is more important, so I'm glad we're getting the important things dealt with. Should have gone with the ducks. Yeah, we should have. Oh well. Honestly, I'm looking at this, as much as I might look like I'm getting a bit confused here, I was really worried there was going to be something I just didn't know at all that was going to be a hurdle here. Some sort of data, like I was worried that there was going to be some data manipulation stuff that is just something I haven't done before. I'm so glad that check character state and set character state is the only thing I need to do that I haven't done before to manipulate states, because otherwise I was gonna be getting a little frustrated, because it's yeah, it would be like I'd need Jagger essentially, or like to spend way too much time just reading code, which wouldn't be entertaining. I'm actually confident I can get this done without Jagger, which is just like fully done, maybe even. So I just don't know if we have time today. It's been what, almost 3 hours now. I think I was planning to stream 3 to 4 hours, so I kind of didn't have lunch actually. I was really hungry before the stream, and I like went and grabbed an apple to eat, and I just grabbed a second one because I was like, oh shoot, needed lunch. So I might peace out for 5 for dinner is what I'm thinking, which is in an hour and 10 minutes. So let's see if we can get a full dialogue thing done here, and trading like the items appearing and disappearing, and like a whole little mini tutorial. Be pretty nice. Where is the raw shrimp? Oh, okay, here we go. So if we're at step 2 and have a raw shrimp, we go to step 3 and we do not remove it. If we're at step 3 and we have a cooked shrimp, we go to step 4, but in the process we do remove the item, right? So then this next step is about hoping we have a key. If we are at step 4 and have Ozike's key, we go to step 5. So this is very similar. We go to the next step here. Except he takes the key, so we're going to want to remove the Ozike's key ID. So we're going to want to take that out of your inventory item when you talk to him. Cool. And then we go to 16. And right now we're basically saying if we get to this end action, it means that we're done, blah, blah, blah. But that's no longer the case. We now have double the amount of cases because we now need each one of these to have a fail message. So essentially, you can't go back to step 1. There's not a second check here. But this and a raw shrimp, we now need to have our, if we're at the bottom and we're still at step 2, it meant we didn't have a shrimp. So this means if we're at step 2, we need a raw shrimp. Ask for a shrimp. So if we're here, we don't need to do a check because we already know we don't. And we go to the where is the shrimp dialogue, which is 17, so 17, 18, 19, 20. So we go to this. Otherwise, we go to the next list. So the next one is if we're at step 3 still, we need a cooked shrimp. So it goes to 18. If we are at step 4, we need a key, right? I think so. What's step 4? Step 4 and have the key. Yep. So if we have 4 still, we need the key. So then we ask for the key. And if we're at step 5, that means we haven't teleported. Wait, do we even have a step 5 check? If we're at step 3, if we're at step 4, there is no step 5, right? So then I should put this earlier, I guess. If we're at step 5, it's not still. If we're at step 5, we haven't teleported. If we're at step 5, we have not teleported. Why is this one confusing me? Whatever, no, that's appropriate. That's fine. I'll be 1 more minute. Just gotta check on something. Hello. We are back. Okay. So if we're not step 5, show this dialogue. Carson's mother. Did you hear someone? No, I did move back home after school. I am trying to save up, get this off the ground. So, yeah, you might have heard my brother. I don't think you heard my mother, though. But, yeah, that may have been in the background. It's supposed to be a secret. Shh. You caught me, Don. Background voice. Yeah, I had the door open, and I was like, oh, all the doors in the house are open right now. I can hear my brother talking to her upstairs. Yeah, after school, I moved back here, and I got a job in town. Well, we tried to, start making Guilds of Gods work, save money, and yeah, saving up. Yeah, I think I'll be just here saving up until I move in with my girlfriend. But it's a couple steps that have to happen before that happens. Namely, get a visa and move to America. So working on that first. Show dialogue 20, we end, and we go to dialogue 2. Nice. Honestly, I have no clue if this is just going to work, or if this is so far from working and I'm just being ridiculous, but let's see. Fair enough, yeah. I mean, kind of sucks in some ways, but in other ways, it felt like the only way I can try to make something work, without, saving money, I guess, because everyone who's in the city seems to have spent more money, and I don't know. I had a nice cushy job back home. During the summers when Jagger and I, because I don't know for the background knowledge, but Jagger and I got our degrees in computer science together. We were classmates. Funnily enough, we were classmates in every single. I'm looking at the wrong screen. We were classmates in every single class for the full 4 years of our degree. So we worked on a lot of projects together and got really close. And during the summers, I had a job in my hometown making apps for the forestry industry here in Canada. So when I graduated, I really, we were working on 2 different projects. Guilds of Gods was, at full pace, as well as the Seed project, which is a cryptocurrency project that I was more heading and Jagger was helping with. So it was kind of flipped. And we decided to pursue Guilds of Gods more, which is why I switched to this project and make this the final one. But yeah, we were basically just trying to make something work. But yeah, that's why I was kind of AFK the last couple weeks, is my girlfriend was out here visiting, and it was really nice to see her. We had a great time, but it kind of sucks because she lives in Florida, so it's a bit of a ways. Like, I mean, by it kind of sucks, I mean it kind of sucks that, like, when I see her, it's the only time I'm going to see her for a few months. So that's why I was, like, completely AFK. I was just like, all right, it's just us. And yeah, so hopefully there's only a couple more visits till I can move there. Actually, and you might have, I'm sure you heard of our GDC announcement that we're going to GDC, Jagger and I. My girlfriend applied for the same thing we did, and she won, and she put that she was the Guilds of Gods public relations as her title. So she's gonna be with us, and she's gonna have like a title saying that she's the PR person here. So I gotta get her caught up here, get her caught up to speed in the gaming world. Get that lingo down. Get that networking going. And San Francisco, like the GDC is held in San Francisco, so it's kind of nice because it's not between, Western Canada and Southeast America, but it is like cheap for both of us to fly relative to, like, if you think of like a triangle in the hypotenuse, like her going straight west and me going straight south is a lot shorter flights than going diagonal. So it'd be cool to meet up there, get a San Fran trip out of it. I copied this between them, right? No, yeah, I was making sure that was the same. Oop. Client. Okay. Let's see if that worked. Actually, Ozike isn't even giving you the right items, though, so let's do that first for the sake of completion. It's kind of useless for him to give you the wrong items. Have to spawn them all one by one. And the direction of these things. Okay, so we'll do that. So fishing net is ID. What do I need? So I need a fishing net, which is ID 3. Just get a notepad going here. So ID 3 for the fishing net. For the raw shrimp, it is ID 47. For the axe, oh, that's noted. I was like, that doesn't sound right. Copper axe is like the first, yeah, it's literally ID 1. So copper axe is ID 1. What was 3? I said something was ID 3, but I don't think I was right because it should be steel axe. Fishing net, that was it. Oh, fishing net, non-noted, is ID 117. Then he's going to give you an axe, which is ID 1. So I'm just like writing it in a notepad like here. Then he's also going to give you a matchbox, which is ID 46. Matchbox. Then what else? So we need to know right ahead shrimp. So raw shrimp. Really? Oh, it's right under. Okay. So 47 is raw shrimp. Cooked, I guess it's just called shrimp, is ID 51. Is there anything else you need? Oh, the key. The new... Oh no, a bronze dagger. Or, sorry, copper dagger. I really need to get... I keep saying bronze, and that's not cool. Copper dagger is ID 13. And what's after the copper dagger? Right, the key, right. The brand new item, 714 was it? Nope. 727. So that's the Ozike's key. And then other things we need to know is in the map for the arrow, we need to know where we're going for things. So Ozike's cabin is 134.71 is Ozike's cabin. It's not really his cabin. It says temporary one. It says log home while he's getting better. We'll make them walk down the path and go to this fishing pool here, I think. 152.86. So 152 at 86 is the fishing pool we're going to bring them to. What construction level to build ourselves a log cabin? What was that? Must be jacked. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty strong, as you know. He's a very high level. I don't know what kind of level you are, but like he's like 100 something. So like he's pretty up there. He's pretty jacked. Cabins incoming Q4 of 2022. Hold me accountable. Okay, 126.78 is the tree we want to use. Okay, so that should be the numbers we need. Sandwich does that too. Oh yeah. Right, so let's go back to this. I won't be on the server. I try to be consistent about editing the server before the client, so that just because a lot of the files are, not all the files, but there is a subfolder called typedef, and the ones you've seen me modify today are all in that typedef folder, and that folder is basically the same between the two projects. It's just so that the client and the server can talk about something, send the data over, and the other side knows what they're talking about. So I like to work on the server and copy it to the client, because sometimes there's server specific things that the client is allowed to know about, but the client might be simpler, and if you copy the client over to the server, you might miss something, and then the server doesn't work and you don't know why. So I like to work off the server. Okay, so let's go to the dialogues and let's do these. I'm hurt, give me a fish. Here's a fishing net. So the fishing net is 117. We get one of them. And the fishing pool it points you to is 152 at 86. Perfect. All right, so then you can't expect me to raw. So the tree, the location of the tree is at 126.78. The copper axe is ID 1. The tinderbox is ID 46. I wonder if I should give them multiple matchboxes. Yeah, maybe I should give them multiple matches, but we'll see. Oh, that hits a spot. I feel better now. So we're no longer getting the tree. Here's a sword, kill the rat. So the sword is a dagger, actually. Copper dagger, 113. That's already in there. Cool. And then F1 teleport. That's the item I missed. Here we go. Item 126. Okay. So where are we at? Okay, we are... Oh yeah, we got the teleport. Right, I'm in dialogue. I was confused. We're in character. I need to be in dialogue. And he gives you a teleport. So let's copy this between the client and server. And I don't remember if I copied. I think I did copy. Yeah, I did copy the guy. So let's restart the server. Oops. And let's check it out. I'm not certain this will work perfectly, but I feel like I have to have missed something. It's not loading. Raw shrimp ID not defined. Okay, yes. So there were times that I just typed stuff out, and it was in the character here. So I do have to touch this first. Okay, so do you have a raw shrimp, which is ID 47? Do you have cooked shrimp, which is ID 51? Remove cooked shrimp. Oh, I don't have a has check here. So do we have Ozike's key, which is 727? If we do, remove his key. Oh god, I just see in the media chat, Sandrich quoted, "Cabins incoming Q4 2022, hold me accountable." Okay. I mean, it's almost 3 years. We got time. I didn't describe what a cabin was, just that it had to do with construction. I can make something work. Let's give a nice react to that Discord message. Give him a clap. Deserves a clap. So if we have it, we remove it. It had to do with construction. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. For anyone watching the VOD, it's this damn media comment here by Sandwich. Oh, and now he's typing because I said it. Voltra responded about the wolf. Oh, yeah? I don't think we'll get it done today. Tutorial was the thing that was going to take a while if we were to pick this task, but that does need to happen. So if he has it on him, that'd be cool. might be easy. Depends how the parts are laid out. If the body is very similar to the piñata or another four-legged thing, like, it could be done really quickly. But yeah, it says he has a link with you where it's in. Okay, well, I'll message him. I'm sure I have it. It's one of those things where it's like there's quite a few Google Drives, and sometimes the permission is under my personal email, sometimes it's under Guilds of Gods' email, sometimes it's under Kajardi, which is like Jagger and I's legal company's email. So I looked briefly at one or two of the emails and didn't see it in my Google Drives, so I'll find the link. It's all good. Thank you very much, though, for asking. Appreciate it. Is this it? Do we have all the things now? I think so. I think we can just copy action here. Go back to the client. Oop, not Oz. Oh yeah, we are on Ozike. Paste the actions. Beauty. All right, let's see if if this works. I swear it's gonna work. Honestly, I'm feeling pretty confident. This one here, it always works the second time. All right. Did it let me in this time? All right. Teleport to the new place. So I lost my arrow whenever I teleport. I wonder if that means there's a bug about having the arrow and going down into the dungeon and back up. I should test that, because I have a feeling that if the arrow disappeared here but it comes back, that teleporting like that just removes it. So ladders might have a bug there. Okay, so you get here, you would have the arrow pointing here. I'm going to keep him in his shack because he's hurt. He shouldn't be walking around. That's the whole point. So would point, you talk to him, I'm hurt, get me a fish, here the fishing net. Now we have an arrow. What happens if I talk to him now? Where is my shrimp? Please get it from a fishing pool. They are all along the beach. Beautiful. Actually, you start with cooked shrimp, so that's kind of funny. Similar to how bounty skulls disappear when you use a ladder, even though the bounty remains. Yeah, exactly. Something there is... There's some cleanup there that's happening that probably shouldn't happen. Not exactly sure. So you do your fishing. So I need to make special fishing pools here that once you catch a shrimp, redirects the arrow to him. Yeah, that's what I have to do. So yeah, so this is gonna include, yeah, special fishing pool, special tree, so that when you chop the tree, it points the arrow back to him to go back, and then a special Feiwan teleport that when you use it after the teleport adds the arrow back, that, or changes your state and adds the arrow back, that tells you, like, go see him, like go see what's his name? You know who I mean. I'm gonna make a tutorial island only Iron Man next level content. Honestly, that would be pretty hilarious. No saws, so no construction. You have copper, no coal or iron or anything. You got simple trees. Anyway, so we got raw. It would change the arrow, but we're gonna go over here. Ooh, so the rat somehow made it outside of the bounds I wanted. So I guess I was one off and I said this is allowed, because he probably scurried around here and went there, and whenever he pathfinds again, he's gonna have to run back in, because that's like at the edge of his boundaries. Alright, so I talked to him. You can't expect me to eat raw. Here's an axe and a tinderbox. Chop down a tree, light the wood on fire, and then cook the shrimp. So you're like, oh, now you have an arrow. And you're like, what do I do? Then you're like, oh, click. Honestly, I want to toot my own horn, but this equip and unequip animation, and just how like bows equip from over the shoulder, that I feel is my peak polish. I did when I added that, I was like, ooh, best animation in the game. The rest of it needs a lot of work, but that felt smooth. Oh, so yeah, I got a log. So once you have a log, you'd use your tinderbox. You light it. You'd take your shrimp. You'd cook it. Then you'd go talk to him. Oh, that hits the spot. I feel so much better now. You ask how to get off the island. I have teleports for us in my safe, but the rats ate my key. Here is a sword to kill the rats and return my key. So, ooh, nice sword. So we talk to him again. He says, where's my key? One of the rats ate it. The big one. He was scurrying around here somewhere. So here's the big rat. I should call him a mouse rat so that if you like see rat, then mouse rat, you know which rat it is. Woo, I never even noticed the difference between the bows and others on equip. Your masterpiece ignored. Ooh, that just hurts. Yeah, no, that's when you do the equip animation, it's like, oh, do you want the from your sheath or the over the shoulder animation? Where's a bow? What item is a bow? I wanna do it just to watch it now, the difference. Item bow. 167. Oh, that's noted. 37 is unnoted. Okay. Item 37.1. There we go. So it's like, this is normal, like axes, and then watcha. I mean, it's not the best over the shoulder. Maybe that one's not as good as I thought, but they are different. If only he had normal joints that bent right, then he'd grab it the way you expect. Anyway, I got the key, so I talked to him. He's like, oh, thank you. Here's your teleport. He gives you a teleport. If you talk to him again, he says, I'm ready to go whenever you are. Just use the teleport I gave you. You can just keep talking, and he'll just keep saying that till you... What happens if I drop the teleport? I think this means I get a new one. I'm ready to go. No, because I'm at the next step in the quest. Right. So then we use the teleport. TP's us home. We get the scroll bug. We try to be discreet about it because we on stream. Wow, we fixed it. Awesome. Alright, and then so you'd arrive here after the teleport, because it'll be a special teleport, and it'll have an arrow that brings you up here to see Ozike at his actual cabin. Oh, I gotta bring down the string lights. I'll do that this patch too. So sad. I'm ready to go whenever you are. Just use the teleport I gave you. Well, thanks, Ozike. Appreciate it. So yeah, the teleport would have to advance. Once you use it, it would advance the tutorial checkpoint, so that when you talk to him, there would be the next step when he's like, oh, I know all these people who can help you. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with this, and I'm just gonna write in my notepad ++ what was left, because I missed, there's a couple things I pointed out while we ran through that. Looks good. Thank you. Yeah, I hope that's short and sweet enough that doesn't annoy people and overload them, but because it'll force you to talk to him one last time to get rid of that arrow, it'll tell you if you want more info, here's what you do. Then you don't have to, but dialogue could be tidied up, but a quick way of teaching the basics. Yeah, oh no, that dialogue is very rough. It's man, there's some holes in this plot, you know? But cool. So then I have to make it so that when you first spawn, the initial spawn location is in that other map. That's easy enough. When you buy a new adventure, I'm going to test this because I don't remember. Item 0, I need money. Okay, so there's no dialogue, there's nothing. Yeah, so it just totally skips all of that the second time. So I definitely can add a check in there then when you first spawn to say like, oh, if you haven't done the starter quest, spawn in this location. If you have, spawn in this location. So all other adventurers would spawn somewhere differently. No, I guess that's exactly how I'd want to do it, because if you died by the rats somehow, you'd want to spawn, and you haven't finished the tutorial, you'd still want to respawn on the island. Yeah, okay. So, what do I want? I need to make the initial spawn location on the island. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it on this list here. Oh, shoot, I was using this grumbler for this, right. So rat NPC that drops the item, done. Key item drop, done. Ozyke's dialogue, doing. Yeah, I guess that's what I should be using. This is totally what the whole point of this is for. Okay, so we are next going to, so we need to, I mean, yeah. I'm going to put Ozyke's dialogue placeholder as done, because I'm not updating the dialogue yet. That's a to-do is finalize dialogue text. Because right now it's more about just wiring it up. So we need to make the initial spawn on Tutorial Island. So we need to make that the initial thing. After we do that, we need to make a special tree. I guess it's a tutorial tree, tutorial fishing pool, and tutorial teleport. Those are 3 things. I guess those are technically 3 different things, but that's the other thing we need to work on. After that, we need the post-tutorial blurb that will explain things like, like the second time you talk to him, you know, he'll explain things like camps. You know, he'll just give you, not camps, but, was it camps? Yes, camps. He'll talk about camps and just give you the extra words you're going to want to know. I do want to have the other NPCs you can talk to. I'm a little worried that I'm running out of time, but it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I will be working on this Tuesday morning, and if I can get it done enough that Tuesday morning we can do it, it'd be great. By the way, I think here's Thomas. Hello, Thomas. Let's go talk to Thomas. When you know the best strategies, training your skills is easy peasy. Low, the very slight advertisement for easypeasy.gg. Getting that dialogue bug again. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I guess that's a few things to work on for the time being. Ooh, sandwiches. It is completely customizable building with bang checks, ranges, and a garden. Carson, maybe. Carson. I never said that last part. Carson, yes. For those vodding at home. Me and Sandwich giving that sly talk. Okay. So let's get the next thing. So I don't really want, no, let's see how the initial spawn even is, because I'm just not sure where in the code base to look. That's the kind of part where it's all of a sudden leaving my world, but it can't be hard. Literally, I guess I can easily enough just figure out, like, the easiest way to do this is so terrible that this is the easiest way for me to figure it out, because I just don't even know where in the code base it is. But I can play now, look at my starting position, come on, here we go, 2136. So where in the code base do we go to position 21, 36? 3 different times. So the first time, okay, so we generate an adventurer, we add the adventurer at that location. So this is generating an adventurer. This is not the initial, enable tutorial. So this is probably the first time. So then this spawn point, oh, so that's just spawn point, whether you're in underground or above ground. So this is enabling the tutorial. I guess I'm a little confused. So does generate only get called once? Like, is this a one time when you first make an account? Or is this a something like it's called when you first, like, is this every time you make an account or buy a character? Let's see how many times generate is ever called. New user. So this new user data. Yeah. If this adventure's length is bigger than 0, I should have just seen that. So this only happens the very first time. So this is okay. I can totally do this. Add adventurer. Is there a map preference I can put it in? Add XP. You start us there. XY this. XY this. Alright, we're taking the plunge through this. So we have our X and Y. User definition. Client interfaces. Where would it say what map he's on? Oh, map ID equals 0. Here we go. Map ID defaults to 0. Map ID equals map ID. Beauty. Okay. So now, when I add this adventurer, I can say in world 2. And I can spawn him. Did I write down the spawn location? No, I did not. Okay. So we're going to want to spawn the guy at this spot right here. 146.83. 146.83. 146.83. Yeah, this is way easier than I thought. For some reason I thought I just had visions. Sometimes I just have visions of the code base being more complicated than it is, because in the past I have burnt myself by making the opposite assumption. But this seems pretty straightforward. So I'm going to make it so you spawn with no shrimp, no coins. That can be part, like, he can give it to you at the end of the tutorial. You're going to start with absolutely nothing. Enable tutorial, start at 1. Cool. And then, so user def is not in type def, so this is not shared with the client. The clients have no power over this. So let's test this out. So we make a new account, new guest. We spawn nice at the right spot. The arrow probably is going to the wrong coordinates, but it's cool. We spawned here. And then if I make a new adventurer, item 0, give me the money, he spawns here. Perfect. Okay. So that it is as simple as that. I'm hurt, let me fish, gives you stuff. Okay. So now we need the initial message. Like the initial okay here to go to his shack. So the arrow's direction goes to 134.71. And we set the next character state. All right. So then the next time, yeah, so you found me. Okay, so that should be okay. So this now will make it so it'll point to him, you'll talk to him, it repoints to you. So the next thing, well, we're gonna have to rewrite this welcome to Guilds of Gods. This thing will kind of tell you what you need to know before you even get into the tutorial, I guess. Yeah, this will tell you what you need to know before you even get into the tutorial. And then you press OK, and it points you to Ozyke, who asks for food. So I guess the special fishing pool is what I need to do. Or I could pass a special case. No. Special fishing pool. That's way easier. It's not way easier, but having a check for every other fishing pool in the game, are we in the tutorial, is inefficient. Like, that's just adding a check for everything instead of just a special case where a special case is. Alright, so that means I need to go into this world object thing, and we're going to have to figure this part out. So let's go here. Oh, I should add the arrow change to the client. Nice, easy, easy. And then let's go to the world object array. So what is the idea of the last world object? The last thing we've ever added was party chests. And the party chest is this one right here that says party. Okay, cool. So it's very simple. I just have to make one more after us. Interesting. Okay. Get world object tree. So this is going to be a tutorial tree. ID 77. And it's going to need a sprite index of, what's the sprite index of a tree? Yeah, what's also really nice about making unique items or unique world objects for this too is that we can add custom descriptions then, so that the tree doesn't say a common tree. It says something like, you can use your axe on this if you try to examine it. Make it a bit more obvious. Yeah, so let's go to the getter. Let's go to the tree. And underneath tree, we're going to make a new one called tutorial tree, which has a ID. And that's it. Honestly, this is a very hard-coded thing. But tree equal this dot tree, passing in all of this info. But it's not a common tree. It is yeah, so it's not a common tree. It's that use your axe on the tree to get logs. So the tree ID is ID. The log ID is 5. Doesn't give you wood name because it's just a log. Yeah, I think the rest is totally appropriate. It's just that tree.actions is about to change. So let's see what tree's action is right now. It's this hefty boy. Okay. So I could take actions. So all I need to do then, basically I just want to change the direction of the arrow. So I'm going to have to go into actions, take the first index. Oh my god, so it's going to be what? Actions at index 0 dot steps dot push so we have to get rid of 1, put this back, I guess I can just insert, can't I? So insert into, oh no, this is an array, right? So this is build this list. Step, so the second step, wait, no, what is this one? Third. So 1, 2, 3. So it is the third item needs to have a thing inserted at the end. This is going to look a little ugly, but I just don't want that much duplicate code in case, you know, a new thing comes out and trees change. I want the tutorial tree to just naturally fit. So if I put it at the second last thing, I know that it, like, right now this ends the action at the end, and I think you always need to do that. So I'm just want to make it, inject it right before that. So I believe it's that I gotta insert the tutorial arrow step. I'm going to make a tutorial arrow step, and I'm going to insert the tutorial arrow step, I think numbers first, into length -1. So basically insert it right before the end. But I only want to do that if it's the first time you have ever gotten wood. Or if, not the first time, but like if you're at the appropriate step. So I do think I have to copy it. My bad. I thought I could get away with this, but looks like I do have to just straight up make a unique actions. Tree.actions is equal to this. Yeah, that's gross. Return the tree. And then here, it's not end action. It is, so if we play the sound that you successfully got a log, it then means next action, I think, or next act. Yeah, I think it's like, because it, yeah, okay. Does he always end action at the end of everything? Is that a is that a requirement? End and go to list 2. Okay. I just want to say if you're at the right step, redirect the arrow. So I'm going to see. Maybe I don't need to end action. I don't know what exactly this is going to do. Is this going to make the sound constantly loop if I get rid of that? Or is this just an unnecessary thing where it's like adding a return void at the end of a method? If it's the second one, I want to just get rid of it. But if it's necessary and I just don't know why, I'm going to keep it just in case. So we're going to do it here. Build step, step type, dot, check character state. And let's go back to do the right check state. Let's go back to the tutorial tree. Oh, it's in the getter, right? So here we're basically saying if we're at the step where you told me to get wood, which should be, so step 2 is start. Let's check the dialogue. So the dialogue says, here's an axe and tinderbox, and he sets the state to 4. So this is the, so at step 4, you're expected to get a log and cut it and do, yeah, and do that. So okay, sorry, I'm just getting a little ahead of myself here. I keep forgetting it's in a getter. Okay, so it's step 4. So basically, if we're at step 4, go to the next thing. Otherwise, go to the next list. And the next thing will be do this. Otherwise, it's just going to be an entire list of play the sound. Okay. So if we're at the right character state, then we need to update the arrow, which is done a lot in the dialogue. So show direction arrow goes to character, no, goes to getter. So if we're at the right step, do that, play the sound and exit, otherwise go straight to playing the sound and exit. So now this is to the tree, and the tree was at location 126.78, 126.78. I said I was going to end at 5, and that's in 15 minutes, but honestly, I'm like, I just want to get this done. I'm pretty happy about this. So, we'll see. The funny thing too is that like, there's going to be multiple trees, and this all going, but it's going to point to the one tree. But there's going to be multiple trees. You could technically do any of them, but it's going to point to one. And if we put this on Concrete and we get like an influx of players, they're all going to fight over this one tree. Woo woo all-nighter. I don't know if it'll be an all-nighter, but you know, sadly, I got work in the morning, but stupid day job. Want to quit it. Want GOG to make it big, then quit the day job. That's the dream. Show direction arrow, go to the tree. This might honestly just be all we need. So let's see if this works. If this works, then making the rock is going to be really easy. So it's actually ID 78. So let's go back to tiled. So it should be at this location, but I have an outdated, like the picture doesn't match, right? So we need to go to world objects, edit this in GIMP as well. And what do we got? Configure the grid. I hate how I always have to do this, but whatever. Show grid. Cool. So let's just steal for the icon this tree. Nice. and just right on top of it, tutorial. Just going to cut the top of the tree off. It doesn't really matter. Just from a legibility point of view, we'll know that's the tutorial tree. So we go into tiled here. Now we have this new tree. So let's delete the tree. Put the tutorial tree. So I gotta delete all these trees because we don't want you to... I don't know, any of the trees will do, so whatever. Stamp one right there, one right there. I think it was one right there. Maybe one there. Sure. So let's see if this works out. So update the special map on the client and the server. Oh, pixel property, you don't, it's the wrong project. Tutorial trees give tutorial wood. They could. Right now I don't see a reason to, but I was kind of thinking about that. Like, do they actually need to do that? Because I don't really want them to. But I'm not gonna, because tutorial wood with all of a sudden needing to make a new wood that the matchbox knows how to like ignite. That's all of a sudden just a can of worms. That's where I found a ripple in the code base sometimes, is when I expect something to be kind of straightforward and then I find out like, oh right, if you add a new ore, now all of a sudden we have like so many skills like construction dummies now also have to be updated for combat training. Like everything ripples. Okay, why isn't this loading? What did I do wrong? Cannot read property name of undefined. Yikes. What did I do wrong? What's giving undefined? So like this definition is undefined. Okay, let's try something else. Saving everything and seeing if that was just an oversight. No. And did the server crash? Yeah, and the server dies. Okay, let's check the server error. Thought it was just a mismatch between the two. Required level is not defined. Oh. Where is this? You know, I feel like I made this harder on myself than I needed it to be. So let's just go to world objects. Pass all of these in instead. Use the same parameters because I didn't pass parameters when I thought I could just pass them in, but these are being used by the action, so makes sense. Okay. So we go back in here. Now we need the trees parameters. Probably don't need all of them, like description we're not going to need, but whatever. It's not a big deal. So I'll go to the client, go to its character getter. No, it's the getter for tree. Yeah, I forgot to move the tutorial tree into this, so it didn't even know it existed. If I go to world object, yeah, it didn't put it in here either. Rookie mistake. The client didn't even know about this tree. Come on, really? Name is not defined. And 1704. Name to lowercase. Oh. Name, log name. Is it just name it once or log name? Oh, it wants both. Okay. Well. Oh well. Let's get them both in here. I mean, I guess, yeah, the name is just tree. Don't know why that's anything different. The log name is just logs. Right, so do the same thing on the client again. Nice. Yeah, I need to get rid of some of these variables because they're not even being used, but whatever. The point is that it didn't crash. So we are A-okay. So I guess I think I need to just keep making new people every time. Get our guy. We have no items now. We get all confused. We talk to him. Let me get you a fish. Get your fish. Like how the guide error just says, I should follow this. So informational. Alright, we'll see. This is not the test. The test is once we try to cut a tree down. If the tree redirects the arrow for us, we know that we are totally in the clear. We can just repeat this for pools. Let's see. The arrow oh no, sorry. For some reason the arrow instantly changed, but interesting. This arrow is like a little crappy in some ways. Did I just get the location wrong? Yeah, okay, I'm standing in the spot I was trying to point at. That's why I got the tree one off. But anyway, I got my logs and it did not update. Haha, the arrow does what it wants. Yeah, it does. Damn arrow. I'm a little shocked this didn't work. Okay, I'm just going to play this because is the sound playing right? I just realized the music stopped so long ago. I shuffled through the game's playlist at the start of this, but I guess the playlist ran out hours ago. We've been sitting in quiet. It's no fun. Alright. Well, that didn't work. So, back to the drawing board. Honestly, I don't want to listen to this on a repeat. I'd rather just put the music back on shuffle. It just played the same song. Fishertown, I'm down for this. Alright, tutorial tree. Why have you failed me? Yeah, I guess the problem was that I put this check where we're playing the sound, thinking that that's it. But that's not it. It's not about sound. It's about if you get the log. You got some wood. Like, this message should be where I somehow get the check in there. Despawn and then repeat. I wish there was some way I could just do an if statement in here. This is a bit tedious. It's written this way for pretty much security reason. Like, by making it so, like, it might look really rigid this way, but this has made it really secure in that clients can't make any messages on their own. The servers are the ones who, you just, like, the servers can validate everything. Everything has a very strict definition. And everything, all the, it's, I have not, when I tried to break the game, I was not able to. Now, obviously, you can make clients crash, like, you know, you can break it that way, but from, like, a security point of view, I was never able to cheat the game and fake a message that it just kind of accepted. So the step system, it's very rigid and frustrating to code, but it is very good at the same time. There's a lot of benefits. It kind of like limits me to like what it has though, which is the one problem. I can't just like free reign code. I could build my own steps. That does have to happen sometimes, but I don't think I should for this. I'm trying to make the simple tutorial out of just what we just have, so that I don't open any can of worms, and I can just make something that works and have it out there without needing a ridiculous amount of testing and stuff. New actions is always like, oh, this is now, we have to make sure this one thing is bulletproof. So yeah, really it's here, give inventory item is what I kind of want to have. I just want to hijack, I just want to insert myself in here. So I think what ended up happening here though was that we were getting past this, rolling to despawn, and if it failed, as in we are not despawning, then we repeat the list. Like we end this step, and next step we just repeat, which means keep chopping. So it wasn't like one log was getting us to this. Oh, and the arrow direction was to the tree itself, so I don't even know if it worked when it happened. Okay, there's a logic error. 134, 71. So once we got it, do this. So maybe my logic here is right, it's just I have to do it higher up. Basically here at this point, we're about to question whether we should do a loop or not. So and we have a log. So this is where I should put my check. If we check, we break, we keep going, perfect. But if we fail, I now need to have the roll despawn in the fail array so that it still does the reroll for despawning. think that's good, actually. But let's make the dialogue when it redirects you to the tree. I was wrong by 1. It's actually 1 to the left of that. 125. Okay, let's try that now. So now I need to go to world object. Sorry, yeah, it was getter, right? I need to copy that over to the client. That will give inventory item, perfect. And this guy also needs to go to dialogue and know that the arrow for the tree, here we go, is to 125. All right, let's try it one more time. Let's make a new guest account. Go through the motions. Right, I need to restrict him to his cabin. I need to fix that rat's path. I'm hurt, give me fish. Oh, if this works, then I know exactly how to do the fishing pool. It'll be quick. I know how to do the teleport. It'd be quick. Easy mode. Yeah, so the shrimp doesn't do that yet, but that'll come next. So it gives you the axe. You're told to go here. Oh yeah, you get a log and it tells you to come here. Now, so it redirects you now, right? Wait, what did he say? I told you, oh, to cook the shrimp, okay? Right, see, that's cool. It brings you back to him because there's not really a location point, and then he just re-explains how to cook the shrimp. Then we cook the shrimp. So we go and give him a shrimp. Gives us a dagger. At this point, let's see what happens if we try to get this. I just want to make sure that getting a log does not bring the arrow back. That it does fall into that else case, where the tree still despawns, it still does everything, but the arrow does not appear. Oh, come on. Give me a log. I'm a little worried that he doesn't have a log yet. Is he ever gonna get a log? Uh-oh. Oh, I broke the tree. What is wrong? Oh, I did get a log. And it didn't despawn the tree? So it looks like it's getting the log eventually. Hitting this, oh, we're not at the step anymore. Fail, go to step list. And, oh, and then it rolls a despawn. If it fails, it repeats the list, but it's in this list. So, is there a, oh, shoot, okay. So in this case, is there a end and repeat step list? Let's count. So this is step list 1, stepless 2. So stepless 1, stepless 2, stepless 3, stepless 4. So spawn and deroll stepless 3. Does that exist? Free, yes, thank you. Thank you, Jagger. Thank you for making it the way I was hoping. Nice. Okay. Tutorial tree. Oh. Alright, no, it's this one. So it's... Oh, no, this is right, yeah. So it's like, if we fail... End and repeat step list. Oops, sorry, I didn't even get it. Meant to find... I grabbed the wrong thing. End and repeat step list 3. Does that exist? Yes, because it will just... Yeah, that go to would make it fall through, so it would become a repeat, a loop, even though it doesn't say the word repeat. So I believe this is fine. Should we grab the one run? End and go to step list 3. Isn't that the name of it? End and repeat step list 3. Oh, it is end and go to. Okay. Sorry for that confusion again. End and go to list 3. I think that'll work. Let's give it a go. So grab this last action. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's see if this fixed it. Kinda wish I started on the pool so I don't have to repeat the first step every time I do this. It's a little silly of me. It's just being biased. I'm a big fan of my trees and stuff. Set levels 10. So let's just get good at wood cutting so I do it fast. Or fishing and stuff. This one's quicker. I need to make all the world objects solid. That is not wired up right now. Like, not for this map, I mean. Come on, I gave you 10 fishing. How are you taking so long? Yoicks. Oh, there we go, got one. So then he gives us this. He instantly cut the whole tree down. Perfect. Alright, I just want to see if I don't instantly cut it down. Everything's still okay. Yeah, I'm just worried about causing a bug in, like, because I'm kind of hijacking the respawn logic. I'm worried about causing a bug that causes the tutorial trees to go away. And it would suck if we didn't catch that, and then it's like there's only 5 trees, and 5 players can play it between each server reset before they get stuck on the island forever. That'd be pretty terrible. You need to cook it. Thank you. I just want to get to the next stage so that I can... Yeah, I need to get to the next stage here so I can just double check that if I do have the... Like if I'm not at that point, because now it's going into the else case. That before there was the if case in my checking. Now let's make sure we can cut it after we don't need the quest part of it anymore. And it still is a tree that respawns. Oh yeah, and let's update our to-do list. Initial spawn on tutorial island. Check. Tutorial trees. Looking pretty good if I do say so myself. Alright, it didn't make it die. So next, we'll do the tutorial fishing spot. If we didn't want to make all the NPCs that we can talk to get advice, it would actually be pretty easy to just like end this. I might even get it done tonight. But because of all those other NPCs I have to make, I do feel like this is going to take longer than I want. Not too long though. Oh yeah, so... one thing I just want you guys' opinion on. How do you feel about Patreon being brought up in game? Like I basically, I don't know, I feel like it needs to be there somewhere, because right now you pretty much have to ask or Google it. You know, I have it on some social media pages and stuff, but like, yeah, like I have it on some social media pages and that's fine, but other than that, I feel like it kind of needs to be shoved there, like, you know, like forced on them. Okay, cool, trees responded. It would be kind of cool if we didn't have to do anything like that, or like if we could have like when you talk to the NPC and he redirects you to other NPCs, if one of the NPCs he redirects you to could be someone who advertises the Discord, the Patreon, like if he said like, or if you could ask a question like, is there a wiki? And he replies, oh yes, here's the link to the Wikipedia page, and here is a link to, you know, GOG Zone, and here's a link to easypeasy.gg, and by the way, check out the Discord. You know, like if something, it feels weird to shove it down their throat, but some way to advertise those kind of things, as well as, you know, how does this game even run? Or I don't know, just some way to mention Patreon. Or at least in the buy cosmetics menu. That's a good point. Honestly, you're right. It doesn't need to be in-game. This window could have like support us on Patreon little emblem here or something, and then you'd know. That's a good way to do it. Because yeah, I've been trying to think about in-game, like if there's something like that. Oh, so you could add the button up top rather than the drop-down menu. That is very true. This is hidden. It's literally between frame rate and close. Whereas, like, it could totally be, like, underneath this compass here. Just totally out of the way. Not the compass, sorry, that's the world map. But it could totally just be underneath there, where it's, like... Even the cosmetic button itself could be there. But, yeah, Patreon or something. Yeah. Yeah, definitely once Patreon Palace is in. So, I'm a little, like, unsure of what to do with Patreon Palace. So, let's hear your thoughts about it. Right now, it exists on the special map. Right now, the Patreon Palace exists on this special map. This special map has 3 things on it. Death's location, Patreon Palace, and this new tutorial island. And you can't get, like, you can get to Death once, and you can get to Patreon Palace only by mods teleporting at this point, but or I mean admins teleporting, but technically we plan to add an item that you could like just get or something, you know, an NPC that would teleport you there. I think that was it. We wanted to have a NPC in the world that you could, as a Patreoner, you could say, I'd like to go to the palace. Oh, perfect. You literally just said, make it an NPC called Patreon, who, if you are not a Patreon, lets you know about the Patreon. That's a great way to do it. Yeah, I was just saying, like, our thought was to have an NPC that you go to as a Patreon person who you can ask, like, hey, teleport me to the castle, and then you can go back and forth easily on your own. Because if we sold items, then we have to worry about people dropping or trading or somehow trying to scam their way into Patreon Palace. But if it's an NPC, you can't really cheat that. But yeah, I guess if you're not a patron, he would tell you. Like, he'd just tell you all about it. We could even, in the same way that there's the party room across from the Emperor's, there could even just like be a room that is the Patreon colors, like an orange room or whatever, and that's where the guy resides in, so that it's a different room. It kind of attracts you to it, but it's not like a Patreon logo or anything. It's just different texture, different colors. Then you get in there, you talk to him, and he tells you about it. Or he's near a pier with a boat and ferries you to the island. Feels a bit more real. That's very true. That's very true. Just have him by the water at a pier. Yeah, no, that's a good one. That's probably a better idea because Patreon Palace is surrounded by water. Like, we don't advertise it's on a different map. It just, from our standpoint, you know, like code-wise, it's on map 2 or map 3. But yeah, it's just an island. Just teleports you there. It's a good way to do it. I actually, one of the things Ozyke, I was thinking about having him do is when you ask him how you get off the island, have him say something like, you know, hopefully, like, technology one day, I believe, will let us sail the seas, and like hint to the sailing skill. And he's like, for now though, we have to deal with magic, and then hands you a teleport scroll. Or teleport. But I don't know. I think that's a little too grandiose of an inside joke. But sailing, gotta tease it, because it will happen, and that is not ironic, but it is ironic, but it's not. It'd be kind of cool. Like, I really want to add pets to the game. You know, it's not on the to-do list. Like, it's a topic that we've said we're gonna add, and we've agreed on it, but it's not on our like, oh, in the next 5 months we have to have this done list. But every time I think about it, I really want a pet. You could do so many cool things with it. Like, I think having a crow pet pick up coins for you, like as if it's a tome of collection of coin, would just be really interesting. Like, if it could only grab one at a time too, so it's like the crow's over you, and like you know you're AFK fighting, and the crow like flies, picks up one coin in a stack of 5, goes back to you, and just you see a crow like flying back and forth as a guy AFK farms. It'd be so cool. Same with like, obviously the sand is all messed up right now because of this new generator thing, but if you look at these walls, in the past, these water tiles were all blocked. Like, if you happened to glitch into this water, you were stuck because there were walls around every tile. Now there isn't. And the reason we changed this was for ducks and for things that we want to exist in water. Because that way an NPC here, kind of like how I can just put a rat over here and it's like, oh, I can't get off. Or I can put it here and it's like, oh, I can't get up. You could just put one over here and the rat would walk on water and not be able to get back on land. Be interesting to just have like ducks and like things like that, but then also have a pet that is in the water. Like, imagine if you had a pet dolphin, right? And he just like walks around like as close as he can to you, and if you're way too far away, he's basically just swimming in the water. But once you get close to the water, he like pathfinds to you, and if you're like one away, you can click on him and then you appear on the other end, and you can't move, but you can move on the dolphin. I don't know, now that's really dreaming. Don't quote me on that one. But that would be sick. Hell yeah, son. Yeah, we do. We need that crow. And pets. Or you need pet food in your inventory, and it takes it every so often to feed its ability. Yeah, true. That's true. Like it has an ability or an action, and it can only do it as long as you have a food. One other thing we thought of, and I don't know how, like this is a little different, like a totally 180, total 180. But we talked about how about the idea of making. So you know how you have 5 adventures, and we technically could make a 6th adventure. Well, that 6th adventure technically could be different, right? We could make that 6th adventurer a dog that you could control, that can't fight, can't equip things, right? Like it would be work, but we could make a 6th adventure that's something different like that, like a pet. We talked about the idea of having it so any NPC in the game could be convinced to be your pet and join your party, and it's like a gift thing. So it's like every NPC, like goblins might, maybe you have to give a goblin like 1,000 of a type of meat, right? Like 1,000 fish for him to like decide like I want to be with you. Screw the goblin like place. But if you could do that with like, you know, you could just feed a chicken too much, and then the chicken just joins your party and follows you, and then after a while, like if you don't keep feeding the chicken, you like lose it as an extra person. I don't know, that might be totally useless, but we talked about it. I thought it would be funny. Doggo adventure. Yeah, honestly, having a good boy doggo adventure would be so fun. Like if you could just control him and he just like he runs 3 times faster, but then you could like follow your guy if you wanted him to like walk at your speed. And like you're as your doggo, and you're like maybe you can like trade items to your doggo, and the doggo only has like 4 inventory slots, so you can like give him stuff and you can like fast travel to your other adventure. And he has like can't equip any items, but has like, you know, some high base, high attack relative to other animals. So we just have a Pokemon battle in game. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Deliver this pick to me on the island. Oh yeah, have the dog be a delivery guy. That'd be so fun too, because like we wouldn't even need sailing, right? If your dog, if there was an exception that the dog was like was allowed to like jump over a wall, like just imagine that wall. If dogs could jump over walls, so it could like a dog could jump up onto the stone and then like jump off into the water and then swim to an island. You could just have like fast travel dog adventures, and you can just be a little. It's almost like a like a Dota mule or whatever. Not a mule. Is that not the name? I forget the name. But like the thing that you can just control that just carries items. Or you could fit into like a pack mule to carry more. A pack dog. Oh yeah, you could craft him a nice, or like you can make him a nice little outfit with like pockets. And it's like, oh, this dog now has 2 pockets. He can carry 6 items. Oh, he has 8 pockets. He can carry more. I like it. Honestly, this game needs dogs. That is what is missing. That's the entire reason that we have not hit 100 concurrent players at a time. It's the lack of dogs. I swear, if we had dogs, we could just go viral. Okay, let's back to this. I think I proved it worked, and then I just stopped. So let's do the fishing pool. Okay, so lumber camp, market stall, blah, blah, blah. Where's fishing pool? It's a tree, rock, deep fishing pool, shallow fishing pool. Okay. Oh, the actions are so complicated. What do I call this? This is a tutorial shallow fishing pool. Takes a function of its ID. Let pool equal this dot shallow fishing pool, passing in our ID, return the pool, hijack the pool's actions to be this too big of a thing. Yikes. Okay. The topic for your next big Reddit post to incremental games, the doggo patch. Honestly, I think incremental doggos would just make that community. Like, if you start off with one dog, and then, like, a second adventure meant that you could have 4 dogs, and the third adventure meant that you could have, like, 16 dogs. Just 5 adventures is, like, I don't know, like, 256 dogs. They're all just a big swarm. Oh my god, this would be amazing. Cat pets troll other players. Batting item drops a tile away randomly. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Oh, if you're just like have your cat there and every time you like the cat could just push things around. Oh, that's hilarious. We need that. The cat patch, the sequel to the dog patch. Oh, there's so many good ideas. Okay, guy, focus. I'm trying to get this done. It's 5:30, so just a heads up, I'm very hungry, so I may be ending the stream in the short future and having dinner. If I'm still, I don't know, I might not be at my computer right away for a little bit, but I might hang out in the Discord's general voice chat and just kind of talk there if anyone wants to hang out once I'm done here. But I want to get this part done. I went on a tangent again. Okay. So, roll despawn. It's adjacent, has skill level, play sound, roll, go to list, roll despawn, set timer. Give XP, you found a shrimp. Oh no. Right, I hated fish. Right, this overcomplicated action thing is why fishing doesn't follow the same 10 level rules as all the others. Because it's random dice rolling. It's like, early on you have a 100% chance of getting a shrimp, 0% of sardine, 0% herring, 0% mullet. And then as your levels get better and your experience, like you get further along, that shrimp becomes like a 90% chance. And if you fail that, then you're allowed to roll for the sardine. Right. So hijacking this is going to be weird because I wanted to hijack right wherever I saw give item. I can simplify this. This is, I don't need this to be fancy. There is no, I'm sorry, I'm about to kill your Iron Man idea. Well, not really. I'm about to make it more challenging. That's it. I'm making it harder, and that's the whole point. There is no reason for the tutorial fish pool to care about sardines and mullet. You know, you're such a low level going into it. That is unnecessary. So, at this point, it's like a roll for despawn. Okay, wait, let's see. So, has skill, has inventory room, we do it. Roll max success. I can make this like way easier to get shrimp to. No, the numbers are fine. Go to list 3. 1, so that this is list 1, this is list 2, this is list 3, this is list 4. So in 4, after you get your item, you fish a shrimp, go back to here, and it double checks you're still beside it, you have the right skill level, and cycles through one more time. So I think it says here. Okay, yeah, so right here, so I'm going to hijack. I'm going to need to make a new step list that is just this one step that says you found some shrimp, go to list 3. And here we're going to have to add our if you succeed, if you fail. So I'm going to steal it again from the dialogue, but I take that back. I didn't have that here. It was in the, I guess the tree has it. That's where I was. Tutorial tree. Let's just steal it from you. Yeah, okay. So right here, check our state. And if we do, we show the arrow. If we fail, we go, okay. So now in here, we are going to the tutorial shallow fishing pool. Right here, we're putting this. So if we're at step 3, which is the one before wood cutting, yes. If we're at step 3, then we can check, or then if we got an item and we're at step 3, we do we do this, otherwise we fall in here. Okay. Perfect. So in here we now need to make this go to Ozyke. So Ozyke's cabin is one, yep. So this is Ozyke's cabin. Oh, sorry. Thanks for the stream. I'm impressed that you can code and commentate so well simultaneously. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I was actually a little worried. I was really worried about getting into coding, and I don't know if you noticed, but I was very nervous at the start of this stream. This is my first time doing this without Jagger here, so it's a little different. But whatever. It's gone very well overall. What's Jagger? Oh, damn, sorry, I missed it. Had a week. Oh yeah, Jagger just messaged me, so he just got home. Oh, sounds good. I'll just message him. No, oops. Wrong computer. Sorry. It's on my laptop. You're doing just fine. No need to worry. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. No worries, Jagger. I don't need to call him Jagger. I'm just talking out loud. No worries. Client. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm sorry we didn't make the streams work the last 2 weekends. I really want to be consistent about every Sunday having a stream. And I do mean it when I say I kind of want to do a Tuesday 6 a.m. stream, but I don't know. That always seems like a great idea when it's not Monday night. But then Monday night, I always feel like I want to stay up later than 10. But yeah, okay, let's finish this. We're so close. We're so close. Okay, so shoot, I lost my place. Or is this just done? No, right. Okay, so we're at, what's the last thing I did? Other than write no worries. Change the word Ozyke. Yes, okay, so I changed this to be the step before, because shrimp is earlier. Change this comment to be Ozyke's cabin. And I think this will do it. I do think that this is all we really need. There is actually a weird, I think that there is a little gap in the logic here, and I'm a little scared of it. But I think it is possible now, because I got rid of the other fish, that you could stay on Tutorial Island for as long as you want, right? You could just keep fishing those shrimp and dropping them, and eventually you would get to a high enough number or level that you just straight up shouldn't be getting shrimp. Just shrimp it. You're above shrimp. You don't get shrimp anymore. And once you're at that point, you could never get off the island. So yeah. But I don't think we have to worry about that. I think if you get into that dilemma, that is your fault. You know, I don't think that's just a true Iron Man. Honestly, it's like you get to a point where you have to stay on the island, or I mean, a new player can just give you a shrimp. Sounds like goals. Yeah, it's goals. Too good for all the shrimp. Can't even catch them. You're too good. It's only like 30-ish fishing, I think. Yeah, 30-ish fishing, and you can't 30-ish fishing, and you can't even. I think you one, you can't even get the other fish, and two, the amount of fish you get. I could be totally wrong, but I think it would slow down because it's like your likelihood of getting shrimp shrinks, and it expects to fall into the next case, and now there is no case. So I think you just get less and less. Maybe not, but so it'd just be hard to get to 30 is my point. Jagger's messaging me. I don't think he realizes the stream is still live. He's just talking about work and stuff. I'm worried about the quality. He's been working on a project at work for a bit, so he said it's due Tuesday. So that should mean after Tuesday, like how I've been a bit AFK lately, he should be fully back and operational after that. Diminishing fish returns, lordy. Yeah, all those diminishing fish. All right, I think this is good. Like, I think this might be all we need, and I'm just sitting here confused. So let's just do it. So that's the getter. Perfect. Let's go to not character, world object. Get world object. Tutorial shallow fishing pool ID 79. And we go to the client, getter, shallow fishing pool. Let's put it just underneath it again so it's consistent. And then go to world objects, get world object, tutorial shallow fishing pool ID 79. Okay, so now let's go back to our GIMP. Let's add the tutorial fishing pool. Let's add the bottom half of the thing. So it's right here, should be it. Black text that says tutorial. Bold it. Easy peasy. Go to the map editor. And then the fishing pools that are accessible, we want to replace them. I mean, I guess I can just replace all of them. This is the only one that I have to make sure is in the right spot. So then these fishing pools can all go away, and I'll put new versions of them. Yeah, we want various ones, because even if you don't listen to the arrow and you decide to be a rebel and use the wrong fishing pool, they should all do the same thing and progress you, like as far as the arrow is concerned. So let's put one there. Now I want it there. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Nice. That last bam sounded like a voice crack. Not cool. Alright, override the special map again in the client and the server. And let's cross our fingers. Oh, and gotta restart the server. Save the client. Refresh. You could leave one tucked away for the future, the future Tutron Man? Oh, like tutorial Iron Man. You know what? You're right. You are right. We will leave one away. That would be actually kind of funny. Like, imagine if it gets to the point where you're like level 10 fishing and then an arrow appears, right? And you talk to Ozai because it points to him. And he's still there. And he's like, really? You're making this place home? Well, here's a pickaxe, I guess, if you're going to, make yourself useful. And then you can finally use those ores. And he just kind of slowly, like, as you progress, he, like, gives you, like, new tools or something. I don't know. Just preparing for an Iron Man where you're not allowed off the island. A sawtooth. No, you can't idle. It's Iron Man, not Idle Man. I'm hurt. Here's a fishing net. Woo. Shallow fishing pool. 79. So, yep, it's the right version. Give up development of the main game. We can get this really going. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we don't need the game. Just make the whole thing offline at that point. Like, you don't even need it to be online if you're just sitting on this one island. I mean, no, that's not fun. You want to be able to talk to people, even if you can't trade them. Oh yeah, so the arrow successfully worked. I forgot to, didn't even realize I was testing that, but yeah, nice. So now we got this. Sorry you made it through the tutorial. This part of the game is no longer in development. Oh yeah. I was thinking, okay, so I gave this pitch to Jagger, and I don't think he didn't bite, right? But like maybe you can convince him. So we make there be a sixth adventurer that you can unlock, but he's kind of separate, right? He's not even on the same toolbar. It's like a separate toolbar of just one, and you can eventually get this, and that is the Iron Man adventurer. But it's not just Iron Man; it's Death Mode PvP Hardcore Iron Man. In the map, there's a big lake, and everybody can walk close to the lake and kind of see what's going on in the middle on this little middle island, but no one can get on it. And when you make that hardcore guy, he spawns on the lake. This whole lake, or not on the lake, but on the island in the middle of the lake. This little island that's only like, it's like a circle that's like 60 by 60 in size. It has everything you need, as high up resources, like it's overkill. There's no bank, you can get all the resources, it doesn't matter. But the entire island is PvP. Like, it's just everyone has a red skull on when they get on that island. So it's just like a PvP hardcore death mode island. No banking. There'd be no bank on the island. People on the island can't get to the bank. It'd just be a tiny little thing. Like, literally, imagine the size of this thing in the middle of a lake. Just death mode. You die in there, and then you just spawn back in the middle. And it's just hell on earth. Maybe every time you die, you gain 10,000 defense experience. So, like, you might die, like, 100 times before you're strong enough to, like, run out of that original cornucopia. Sounds hardcore. I wouldn't play it. Yeah, I wouldn't play it either, but it was just a thought. Alrighty. I don't know why I'm still playing. I tested this, it works. Now we have to do the teleport. So, item, V1, teleport. Not the scroll, I want it to, shoot, it's not in a getter. Yeah, yuck. Whatever. I like to put everything in getters just so that it's clean, just reading through that thing. So I'm going to put mine in a getter here. Getter is not like the best. I don't know. It's just I made the name and it's so arbitrary. I don't like it either. But I like it's a step in the right direction towards organization, in my opinion. You work for Mojang? I do not. I would love to work there. I don't know, actually. It seems like, I don't know, the employees keep like, actually I shouldn't say. Oh, Mojang. Whoa. Sorry. I was thinking, my mind went to JagX for some stupid reason. Sorry. I do not work for Mojang. I am Carson. I am the other developer. The core developer is Jagger. Jagger was not able to join us today, but he is a Minecraft developer. He does not work for Mojang, though. Mojang does not work, like they no longer maintain the code base fully. He works for Skybox Labs, who has the rights to the Nintendo Switch version of Minecraft and the core code base that, I forget what they call it, Bedrock or whatever, but he works on the Bedrock code base and the Nintendo Switch client for it in Vancouver. So, yeah, he does that in his day job. He seems to really like it. They're a really good company, and I'm kind of jealous because being able to say that like you work for Minecraft in your day job is like kind of good when you're in video games. But yeah. No, my day job is not as fun as Jagger's. Mine is I do like .NET development on Android, iPhone, and PC for the forestry industry up in Canada here. So not as fun. I feel like I'm more bored during the day than he is, but you know, we don't have like pool tables and ping pong in my office. We just get a slightly longer lunch. That's about it. What am I doing? Oh yeah. Tutorial V1 teleport. Guess it doesn't have to be a, yeah. ID. I don't want it to be noted. We don't need any of that actually. We just want ID in case IDs get shuffled around. Loaded false. Sprite index. Everything looks fine. It's literally a V1 teleport. It literally is, isn't it? Yeah. Except we're adding one more step here. Which is after we've done the teleporting, we need to build the step to our original location, or the original guy. How long has this game been in development? It's a bit of a weird question. Officially, I guess you could say that the design document for the first draft of this game, I helped Jagger write. It was he wrote it, but I helped. Like I was with him at that point before we went our separate ways on projects for the first bit. That was in like November of 2017. The first line of code written in the game was, I believe, in September of 2018. No, like April of 2018, March, April of 2018. At that point, it was a totally custom engine from scratch, rendering everything, and Jagger was a one-man army. At the end of 2018, in December, I finished off a project I was working on that kind of didn't really succeed. He asked me to come join him as the secondary dev. And yeah, so we've worked on a lot of projects in the past. So really development started picking up at the end of 2018. Early into 2019 is when we gutted the rendering engine. Like he wrote his own rendering engine, and we gutted that and started using Pixie.js for rendering in the middle or like early-ish, I think like February, March of 2019. And from then on is when, I don't know, I feel like development kind of started picking up, but yeah, so I say the game's about 2 years old. I like to say it's 2 years in development, but I think technically it's more than 2 years, but it's like two-ish. I'd say it's like a year and a half of actual like development. No, more than that. I joined like that at that point. Anyway, that was way too long of an answer. Yeah, about 2.5 years ago it started being planned. A year and a half ago it really picked up. How about that? Okay, so we need to give the new the X and Y coordinate. Where is the shack again? So in the map, here we go. Ozike is at 28.8. Guess we want the arrow to keep pointing though. Yeah, no, here it is. Okay, 25.8? Yeah, 25.8. So location 25.8. That's our params. And then we will build step type, set character state. So now we want to say that we are going to the next step of the tutorial. So the last dialogue, when he gives you the teleport, sets the state to 6, the 6th step. So now let's set that to the 7th step. I wish I had my stuff pinned. I don't know where. Right, items, that was it. I'm in the getter for this item. Okay. Bam. So that should teleport us to the main world, and teleport first so that we don't get any bugs about, the arrow disappearing or something. So it's like teleport first, then show the arrow, and then we'll set our state. I guess we can state before arrow, not that it matters. So we'll copy the tutorial teleport, go to items. We're gonna get item tutorial teleport, which is ID 729. So now we can go to the client. Let's go to the getter for items. The bottom of this long object. Pickaxe, still in items. Yeah, everything in this file is code reuse, which is nice, because this is long, so without all of these guys, it'd be a bit annoying. So there's the new teleport. This one's not really code reuse, but it's just about keeping this guy clean. Get item teleport 729. Item. And there is something I guess I need to take a look into that might be a bit of a, I don't want it to cause a bug in the future, but this teleport, if you somehow manage to sneak a second teleport across, which I don't want you to be able to do, but if you can, I don't want this to set you earlier in the tutorial. Like, it would suck. Like, imagine if somebody smuggled a teleport across. There's somehow, maybe they made 2 accounts, traded one to each other while they're both on Tutorial Island. Now you have 2 teleports or whatever, and one gets smuggled across, and it looks like a F1 teleport. Not a big deal. They put it in a bank. They think they outsmarted us. And then in the future, they try to use it, and it reverts them to being back into the tutorial. That would kind of suck. So I think I need to do something fancy here. Like, make it so that when you use the teleport, yeah, that might be it. When you use the teleport, it removes all other of that teleport from your inventory, just so that this one teleport cannot be snuck across. Because it's not like sneaking a log across or sneaking a second key that does absolutely nothing. This is like sneaking something that is modifying your state, like your tutorial state. I need to be careful about this. Anyway, so hopefully, is that good? It's probably good. So now we go to item. The ID is 729. So we go to the dialogue for Ozyke. And when he gives you the teleport, it is now this ID. So same thing on the server. When we go to the dialogue and he does the dialogue where he gives us a teleport, use this new teleport. So let's make sure that this works. Oops, I didn't mean to continue. Ooh, did I break something? What did I break? Oh, the server crashed. Dialogue ID of undefined. Did I do something wrong here? V1 teleport. Give that. Okay. I'm not exactly sure what happened here. What did I do wrong? Could it be that I just reuse the same adventure? Alright, let's just see. Let's start the server again. Like, I mean that I made a change after an adventure already got a certain point into the tutorial. I gotta test this thoroughly before it goes. So that works. Can I log out and in? Alright, let's see how far we can get if we run into issues again. Maybe I just didn't save the client and they were out of sync. That would make sense for why I'm getting an undefined error. Yeah, you always have to make sure the client and server are on the same version or weird things happen like that. Right. Doing a test. Nice. Oh, it's 6. Shoot. I do need to go make dinner. I just really want to get... I'm not at the point I want it to be at. Well, I mean, I didn't know how far I'd get into this, but now that I'm making progress, I don't want to stop. I'm so close to a point that I would be happy going live for a bit. You know, like not having the extra NPCs yet and having this as like a starting thing, like a first step. No, I'd just wait till Tuesday. This doesn't have to be rushed. I'd wait till Tuesday, do a stream on Tuesday, get it working. All right, I gotta go. Thanks for the stream, Carson. I bought a money bag because I can't give you my bits. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Have a good night, man. Cheers. And thanks for tuning in. Come on. The relog isn't working after I get to a certain point. The server died again? That's not good. Connection refused. Nope. Sometimes you have to approve that. No, it got to loading. Really? Something fishy's going on. And it's not the sardine. Shoot, that was a bad joke because I meant shrimp anyway. Oh well. Okay. Oop, I meant to continue as and see if that bug came back. Okay, we're gonna get this tutorial figured out. I think I might shut this down too and make dinner. I'm getting really hungry. I haven't really had lunch other than an apple. I will continue this so that I don't leave it on a bug, just on my own, and I will stream once again. So, I'll be shutting it down. So, Tuesday morning at about 6 a.m. PST, that is, West Coast Canada time, or West Coast North America time, that'll be when I'll be doing the next stream. So if you make sure to follow so that you click that follow button so that you get the notified when we go live, but we'll also be posting on social media when I do it, so it should be good. Yeah, we will finish up here. I never go on Twitch, special case here. Well, thank you for coming, and yeah, cheers to you too. Yeah, I don't use Twitch too much either, but this is a really nice way to interact with you guys, right? I personally really like this because I find it gives me an opportunity to work and get caught up in everything. There's a lot of things that I miss and I don't see every day, so I find that this is a great way to connect with you guys and get in the loop, give you guys a face. I mean, I'm not the face though. Jagger's the face, but as I said, sadly he couldn't join. Actually, I guess wait, let me change this. Bam. Now he's here. There's Jagger and my dog. Now he's with us. Anyway, thank you guys for joining. I will see you all Tuesday morning, hopefully. I'll post it on the social media, so if you don't use Twitch, hopefully you'll see those. And catch y'all later. Thanks for joining.